to the fuse, fly to the fuse, fly to the fuse. Seductive, yeah. And I won't let you go when I'm having fun till set fire to the fuse.
You know who it is, coming round again. We wanna dose of this, right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal gal gal. And when I start to talk that oh you know
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years! Oh, Jackies!
Forbid on it. Tries already, but a dredge line. Their rapid, crazy minds brought the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Buenos días a todos and bienvenido here at LEC Finals Weekend in Barcelona, Spain. We're so happy to be back for the first road trip of the year, hosted by the one and only Movistar Koi. 3 days of action ahead, and if you thought that LEC Versus was crazy so far, remember that everything gets spicier once the players enter the arena. I'm Lauren, I'm going to be your host for the day with Vedius and our heated rivalry from last week, Odo and Finn.
I mean, our rivalry goes all the way back. You know, I always used to win. That I used to bench him. That's my signature
God.
move.
Okay,
He gets
let's
one
put up the
random.
solo kill stats right now. Who solo killed who more?
Okay,
Yeah, you don't care about the nexus, you care about the solo kills.
You won with the MCOI narrative, that's enough. And take your small win and let's move on.
Are you okay, Vidi?
I mean, it's going to be quite the desk today,
Yeah.
Law. I think that we're in for quite the treat as we're gearing up for some pretty awesome games. But in order to get there, we've got to look back at how we even got here in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Because it was a pretty crazy split. And I got to say that I started off by not expecting GX to be in this top four. My anticipations was that Na'Vi was going to be winning out in that best of three. So the fact that GX was able to upset them was a big surprise to me. And I will say that while I do think KC was the better team, I'm sad to see Vitality go. They were a super entertaining team, and I loved watching them this split.
And also Na'Vi, right? There's so many teams that you kind of wanted to see as well, but GX did in fact earn this spot, and they did beat Na'Vi quite handedly. So I'm really excited to see how they bring that energy into this game.
And regardless of what team wins today, we have MCOI and G2 waiting for them later on. So it is shaping up to be a super exciting weekend.
And looking at the top four, I feel like if we scroll back at the beginning of LEC Versus, not that surprising to see these teams, at the exception of GX maybe here, but how did they get here? What has been surprising? How can we tell the journey of these teams?
I mean, it's been one of inconsistency for a lot of them, I have to think.
Best of one.
Yeah, I mean, while KC definitely demonstrated the greatest consistency of them all, in terms of how these teams got here, it felt like we weren't sure who our best teams were for the longest time. It wasn't until we actually got into the best of series that we really started to see the strength of each of our top four.
I mean, I would argue still it's really difficult to say who's that top three. We do expect GX to maybe not commit all the way, but I do think the top three is very compelling right now, and it's really hard to say who's the actual best on the day.
And what I really appreciate here when we look at the coherence of all these rosters is the fact that we have three teams that haven't changed their roster at all, GX, G2 and Movistar Car. And KC taking the bet at the beginning of the year, a necessary bet for them, but it paid off right off the bat. I'm wondering if it has been surprising to see them that successful that early.
It is definitely surprising because on the other hand, when you have those three teams keeping the roster together, this is what you expect. You expect a lot of cohesion and for them to be very crisp and their plays to be very well done. But on the side of KC, changing mid lane and support is always a gamble because it's pretty much the same magnitude as changing a jungle. So for them to have Yike in the position to adapt to a different playstyle was something very surprising.
I feel like KC had to make changes because when we look at their trajectory, they were only getting worse as the year went on. The fact that they didn't qualify to Worlds was a massive surprise. And of course, Kana now being back in an arena, back in Spain, is definitely something we're going to be keeping our eyes on throughout the day. But at the end of the day, I think that what these rosters have shown is that consistency is key. And investing in the long term is something that all of these organizations wanted. And so far, you can argue that it's proving to be beneficial.
Yeah, and we'll see how they evolve throughout the weekend because there's a lot to prove, a lot of different stories that these teams want to share. They all want to hoist the trophy at the end of the weekend, but how are they going to get there? What is it about for this team? What do they want to prove here in Barcelona? When I think about KC, I feel like it's about revenge. I feel like it's about fighting in the Lion's Den because they're not at home here at all.
Exactly. They are finding themselves in a position where they want to wash away the, I guess, the failure from the end of last year because they have been ramping up a lot and they were expected to be a big contender with G2 and it all starts today because they have to go through a lot of Spanish teams. They have to go through GX, they have to go through MCOI and then leading up into the finals against their new rival from last year right now. So if they want to make it, they have to go through the Lions Den.
I mean, KC definitely are not the hometown favorites, that's for sure. And I think for GX, we are expecting some degree of support. The last time we saw them at a roadshow, the fans came out in force, and it was one of their best performances. But they're going to have to prove to us that they deserve to be here, because my expectation is they're getting 3-0 today. And so it's on them, and they're going to have to show us that they can make us believe in this roster, because right now, I don't.
I mean, it is hard to believe in those roster I believe in and have for a long time is
Okay,
MKOI.
buddy,
And I
okay,
think,
okay.
obviously, there's a lot of bitterness from that last Madrid finals, and I think no one wants to go to their home crowd and get swept in that manner they did versus G2. So for MKOI, it's all about revenge, and it will start tomorrow, and I think they're definitely putting their eyes on that trophy and that beautiful anime revenge arc.
It's all about revenge, and we'll see if they can make in finals. In finals, though, for now, waiting in the final seed is G2. You can never count them out. You know that it's always going to be about them. They had a slump at the beginning of the season, but Vedi, you were one of the first ones to believe that they were going to pick it up again. So G2 sitting comfortably here in the final seat.
Yeah, but it depends how much you want to weigh on history, right? Because they've been in finals before. You only have to look at last year's winter, where they went through the upper bracket. They did the same thing in spring, and they were only able to do it in the summer split. So we'll see whether history repeats itself, or if G2 can have another dominant year as they have done in the past.
It ends with success.
It ends with success, and it's extremely frustrating because they just have such a pedigree. Because every single time, even you go through upper bracket or through lower bracket, they always seem to end up as the final boss, regardless of how the split goes. Because at the beginning, I was like, surely they're not going to do it again,
It's getting
right?
a little bit frustrating almost, the way they always bounce back. It's it must be the Caps effect, right?
It is definitely
It's
the
hard
Caps
to deny it.
Because there's like so many times where I was like, oh, my team and I were going to have such a great split, and then it's G2, they just went 3-0, they got 0-3, they're going to suck. Nah, bro, they always make that finals, and they're always ready to
But
clap
is it
you.
an upset said free faker topside?
Finn, you were mentioning MKOI. I actually want to follow up on them a bit, because it is their event, it is their arena, their fans are going to be sitting here. We know how it ended up for them last time they were in Spain, sadly going 0-3 against G2. What are the odds here? What is the pressure when you come back, especially knowing how it ended up last time?
I mean, what I like about MKOI is that the pressure doesn't come from outside, the pressure comes from inside. And if you watch any of their behind-the-scenes footage, they're releasing very beautiful, kind of TSM Legends-esque documentaries about their split. You see how hard those internal discussions can go and how hard of a pressure they put on themselves. Mel said being very candid and open about, if you don't care about winning it all, then I'll find a different player. You can go to a different team.
Exactly, and it is very refreshing, because for me, I would almost think that they're the one team who has probably the best relationship with pressure in that sense, because their approach, as you said, with Melzet and pretty much the whole roster, they seem to channel that pressure inwards and let it fuel themselves, because a lot of teams do end up crumbling under that pressure when it comes from the fans, from their own expectations. But for them, the way they just talk and the way they communicate with each other and set these expectations moving forward, it is extremely refreshing, and it does inspire me a lot of belief.
And the fans, they're going to be all behind them here for this weekend. And we know how much of a force these fans can be for the team, and Shox is actually standing by with them. So let's check out the atmosphere downstairs.
Hola, bienvenido al Olympic Arena. Welcome everybody to the Olympic Arena. We are here with Movistar Koi for LEC versus Finals weekend, and I'm going to see who we can find. The doors have just opened, and one person was first in the arena, and it's the Antonio. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy.
Yes? You're not from Barcelona, are you?
I am.
Oh, you are?
It's funny because I live 5 minutes from here, walking.
I'm here with two of the first fans in the arena. What are your names?
Marina.
Marina.
Pau.
So, big question. Who are you supporting this weekend?
This weekend, G2, but today, Carmine Corp.
Oh, are you Spanish or French?
Spanish.
So, why are you not supporting Giant X? Because they are the Spanish org.
No, I like more Carmine Corp.
How do you think Koi is going to do this weekend?
Well, I hope they do better than last Monday. I don't know what happened Monday, but I didn't think they did a great job.
Okay.
So I hope they have prepared for this weekend and that they do a great job.
My favorite team is definitely G2, but I wouldn't mind seeing others step up also to bring some more competition.
Okay. Do you think KC or GX is going to win today?
I think GX, based on the previous Madrid experience, might step up. They might surprise everyone and reach the finals.
I mean, it's gonna be hard because KC I think is a really good team, but I always believe in the power of like the states and the crowd, everything. So I think we have chance. I think it will be 3-1 for us.
Oh, 3-1. Nice.
Okay.
My allegiance can be bought, guys.
They will
Just
put
give
it,
me a
okay?
jersey.
I was really expecting more of Alliance then.
I know.
But I felt like that everyone was like, no, we like KC. And I was like, oh, okay, well, it seems that KC's definitely got some fans rooting for them in the audience today.
I mean, it's the video, right? Because Ibai made the
Oh,
video
wow.
where they were reading the welcoming message in
That's
French, and
true.
it was extremely scuffed. But you know, the effort counts, and that's what builds, you know, great relationships between these two communities.
If even Ibai can find some support for KC fans in Spain, this guy can do everything. But since there are a lot of support for all the teams we have this weekend, before diving into anything, I want to take time to play a game with you guys. You see all the player heads that are going to be playing this weekend in the 4 teams that we have. So we're going to be playing Snake Draft. If you don't know what it is at home, basically we're all going to build a roster with the players that we have available here. I will start first speaking, so this way you guys know. So
Yeah.
I know, Vedi, you have a strategy. I think
do
you're
have
going to
a
be very happy
strategy.
about this.
Yep.
I'm
I will
designing my
start
logo.
going to Vedi. Vedi at the end will pick 2, and then it will go back the other way until all the players are drawn. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Are you ready? All right.
E2 is ready.
I will start, and I will pick Caps because it has been proven since 2018 that whoever detains Cap detains Europe. So
Okay.
That's hard.
going
Sure,
here
that
in
makes
the
sense.
middle here.
Who are you taking?
I am going for Jojo Pim because the mid lane pool is already getting thinned out, so I do need a little powerhouse
That's a
over
smart
here.
choice. That's a smart
Jojo.
choice.
Well, I wouldn't mind
Come on,
a Kyehu here. I think he fits.
Yehu.
Okay,
Yehu.
someone leaked my strat online.
Uh-oh,
This
baby.
isn't okay.
You get
I
two
wanted to
picks.
get a mid laner
Dennis is very
early.
confident about
I
his
wanted
strat.
to get a mid laner early, so fine, we'll have to pivot. My boy Kana. We're going to lock him in instantly.
Vedi, what's with this name? Your team name is Vedi?
Yeah, it's Vedi.
Vedi Esports?
Yeah, Vedi Esports. Right, so
Oh
I
my
wanted
God.
Kana in the top lane. I think he's the best top laner in the league. If Nako was here, I would have considered grabbing him. And then I feel like that the jungle pool is actually quite deep. So I don't feel like I need a strong jungler. But you know what I do want?
Ooh.
A strong support. And I want to grab myself Busio right off
Nice.
the bat.
What do
so
you
I'm going to
mean?
get Kana and Busio right here. Go ahead.
Look, I mean,
Hey, you're
I
playing for
don't
the
agree at
synergy.
all taking the support because I think the support pool is actually the strongest one we have here.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to get some existing synergy for my mid laner, and I'm going to get the Swedish beast, Yike Martin
Okay,
Sunderlin.
okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
The most accomplished jungler in Europe. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And Swedish.
I mean, I'm
Said
going
it twice.
And Sweden.
Oh no, you wanted this man right here? Oh, that's so unfortunate. But Skewmont
Okay.
will go with Jojo Pune over here because what else do you need than 2 powerhouses? So let's see.
Then in that case,
You could get Elioya.
yes, I want to get Arioya, definitely. Because, well, yeah, good luck with the
That's a
rest.
good argument.
Yeah, that's
Just
a
good
good
luck.
argument. Yeah,
Yeah.
good argument. Yeah.
Positive affirmation as well.
And, I need to pick
need
another
to get
one.
another one.
Then in that case, I'm going to take Broken Blade.
Smart
Ooh.
choice. Smart choice.
Oh,
Okay,
that's true.
Lord's team
Oh.
is looking pretty
Oh
strong.
my God, actually,
Lord's
I
team
really
is-
like what I'm
I think I
saying.
messed up.
Kinda
Oh
cooked.
my God, I already messed up, I think.
Yeah,
Oh.
that top lane pool is looking a little limited now,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's getting
There you
pinched
go.
a little bit.
Yeah, of
Ooh.
course, top laners don't care about top lane role.
I mean, it's
I mean,
just
I do know that no
objective
matter who
approach.
you guys pick, that buddy over there is going to pick a Cassante, and it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to pick Alvaro so that he can just be a little psychopath on the map with Skewmont and Jojo.
Okay.
This was not what I intended to happen.
I mean, you guys are going for KC.
Are you gonna
I
get
am
Kalez?
kinda going to pick another
Hey,
case
hey,
member.
hey,
Hang on a minute.
I
What, the
think-
biggest MCOY fan is picking 3 KC
I mean, this is-
members?
I-
What?
KC.
I think he's one of the best AD carries right now, and I think it's a steal for me to get him this late in the draft.
Okay,
Fair
okay.
enough.
All right. So what have we got left? I need a mid laner, but there's only one left, so I don't need to get him now.
That is true. You could secure something else.
I think I'm gonna get
Oh, he's choking already. Look at him.
Hansama. Give me Hans.
Okay.
Ooh.
And then...
You need your mid laner, so you pick. Oh, actually, you don't need your mid laner
No,
now.
I need a
Now.
jungler. Do I have jungle choices?
You have Isma.
You have
I've only got
Isma.
Isma, right?
Yeah.
That is your jungle
Yeah,
choice.
then, okay.
It's the only one left.
And now it's coming back to me.
Yeah, but that means I've only got one mid laner left. Like, this
Yeah.
all filters out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah.
okay. Then where is...
You can just take it now.
Jackie's is
He-
over
he-
here.
Jackie's, that's
Yes.
my man, all right.
And that means I will then go for the Beast, June, who I also think is very underrated in this draft. I think
Yeah.
together with
Wait, who else
Kalista
do I
will be a
need?
very powerful
Okay, that's a
bot lane
solid bot lane.
2v2.
That's solid, that's solid.
Ooh.
And also, I think... No,
No,
there's
no,
still two
we
top laners
still have
left.
to go. We still have to go.
Yes.
Ooh, now I have the choice between Noah and Supa. Ooh.
Oh, that's close, bro.
Actually,
Yeah.
I don't really mind whoever I guess I'm gonna go for Maroon over here. I ended up being just MCoy over here, but
then for me it's a case of either I pick Noah or Supa.
that is true. You're in the same. We do a little handshake over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically, which AD carry do you want, Laura?
Come on, think about the synergy. Come on.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm trying to think about the synergy, but I don't have much. I mean, we know that Lavrov is gonna go here anyway.
Yep.
I think my team is quite stable when I look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Supa.
Okay.
But that's what I wanted anyway. I wanted to get Noah over here.
So you get Lot.
I will then
roster lock.
I will then slot the lot
Pending
in my
Riot's
top lane.
approval.
Okay.
And I'm very happy with my team.
What do we think?
Not gonna lie, I do think Law might have the strongest
You're
team.
completely cooked. Okay, guys, you know what's funny? Vedi came in here today. He's like, guys,
okay, I didn't think you'd all pick mid laners. I was planning on getting at least a mid laner early.
I mean, I'm happy that Vedi lost at least.
I think we can all agree that Vedi got the worst team.
No.
Okay, do you want to go for one
My
here?
bot lane, I think I have the best bot lane in the league.
You have the best.
I have the best bot lane in the league, and it's a bot focused meta.
I have Jojo, Alvaro, and Skewmon. Look, that's taking over the game.
Okay, well, you can see the rosters at home. You guys can vote.
Please vote. Please vote for me.
Vote somewhere.
Who do you think he has the best?
I have the best bot lane in the league. Remember that. I have the best bot lane in the league.
I mean, argued best bot lane in the league. I mean, I don't think Kalista, Noah, or Kalista and June are some
just
slouches.
Caps, in this hypothetical, assume Caps is Craps right now, okay? That's really helpful my argument.
Okay.
You never count him out.
And you say that at the end.
It's the best of one.
If any ADC managers is looking to improve their management, you have my number.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Any of us are for hire.
let's focus on the teams that we have here today. KC versus GX, we've talked about it. Two teams that know each other quite well. It usually goes one way though, and it has been going in KC's favor all split long. So KC favorites here in this matchup, question mark?
I would say so, definitely, because it really seems like the past times they played each other, they have figured each other out, because we had the solo kills on the bot lane, but we have seen a lot of pressure being allocated towards towards Noah and June, because they have been correctly identified as the powerhouse behind GX.
Yeah, and I think just like looking at the regular season, seeing how KC was the most complete team from my perspective, I do think that across the board they are very, very strong. And I don't think they have any holes, and I think today it's all going to come down to if they can just roll over GX.
And for me, the biggest thing is that every time we've seen this bot lane compete, it felt like it's been a mental block for Noah and Jun. They've just struggled in the 2 versus 2. Kalist and Busio feel have consistently dominated them in this space, and they've been able to run away with the game. So based on what we've seen, based on the footage, the fact that they're 3-0 over them, I mean, it would be very difficult to argue that KC are not coming in as the favorites today.
I mean, it's already a best of 5 win.
That's true.
And also, what for me I saw as the most impressive thing about KC's bot lane is their versatility, because when Busio came in, he's unlocking Kalist, but Kalist is also unlocking Busio, because we have seen them so many times either play through bot or unlock mid lane, roaming around, transferring pressure. So it's not really just about the laning phase where they find a lot of synergy, a lot of success. It's just enabling the whole map overall and enabling Yike.
I mean, let's be real. Getting Busio was a complete steal from NA. Let's take the winner. He's completely cracked.
But more on Yike though, because you were mentioning him, and I feel like we've been looking for Yike to get that consistency for a long time now. Do we feel like he transformed within KC without the new way they have of playing around their players? He looks more versatile now than ever.
What I love about Yike right now is that we're seeing him go back to his original roots. Think the moment he came into LEC, that G2 Winter Split where he was playing Beldev, he was invading with Mickey and Caps. He was making things happen in the early game and carrying games. That Yike kind of disappeared for a few years in the Vi, in the Maokai meta, but I feel like now we're seeing the resurgence, maybe thanks to Relich's innovations, but I feel like that's kind of where the jungle meta has went, and I think Yike is a player that thrives in that environment.
And that's also a result of having stronger lanes, because we have seen these KC roster moves happen where it comes to unlocking Yike, because all of a sudden it's as you said, Finn, they can go back to him, they can all facilitate him, because the KC of old, the one from last year, was all about the laners. It was always all about Kana and about Vladi and Kalist just being unlocked. But now it just finally comes back full circle to Yike being the main protagonist of this team.
And he is ready ahead of the match as Shox is standing by with him backstage for a pre-game interview. So let's hear what the Swedish jungler has to say.
KC is back in an arena, and I'm sure you're very excited, Yike. How do you kind of look forward to these games? Because you've been on a tear in these playoffs. Do you feel like you're an even better player on stage like this?
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I would say I've always been a better player on a big stage like this. And Yeah, I've usually had good success in big stages. Madrid last year was a bit iffy, but I think coming back now, new team, new players, new coaches, everything, I think it's going to be different.
Talking about your new coaching staff, Zef did give a very candid interview about how he wasn't too happy, or the team wasn't too happy with how the drafting situation went last week, and about hierarchy or not. I wanted to know how you're experiencing that as a jungler, and how do you think you have optimized the drafting set?
Yeah, I think we just have a lot of opinions in our team, and Zef and Reaper want to kind of make all of us happy, and it doesn't really work. So some people have to have some bad champs, like me sometimes, other people sometimes, and yeah, sometimes we just mess up in draft and we get kind of weird drafts, and that's probably the reason why we had some bad games sometimes.
Okay, how do you feel you're progressing in your development overall? Are you with the team and the changes that were made at a level that you're happy with, that is enough to take down 3 opponents this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think our level is very high. I think sadly we haven't shown it so much in playoffs. I think regular we showed more, but yeah, we just have to keep working hard. I think we'll be doing it, and yeah, I just can't wait to play on the stage with the team now.
Wonderful. I'll let you go so you can play.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely love hearing from Yike, specifically just because he's very down to earth and it feels like he's always very honest. And he talked a lot about drafts, which, I mean, we've had many opinions on the KC draft. But ultimately, I think that a lot of credit needs to go to Yike and the stability that he's brought to this roster, because throughout the regular season and in Versus, as was highlighted by Finn, he's got that clutch factor and he's got that consistency, which makes him, as Reaper would describe, the most complete jungler, it feels.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I hear you guys, though, I'm wondering, where is the hope for GX? Because I still remember them last year in Spain. This is when they found their fire, when people were doubting them the most, when they were thriving off of this crowd energy. This is when they came back. Can they do it again? And if so, how?
They absolutely can, because even though we threw Noah under the bus earlier with that graphic, he is the man to watch on GX, because he has time and time again always said that, oh, I have a mental block sometimes. And as a competitor, there is always that one bot lane that you have a mental block against. But he has said a week ago that everything is over. He's finally finding his groove into playoffs. So he has been, for this whole split, the catalyst behind GX.
I mean, I would argue, due to Noah's great early season, I think if you exclude those KC games, I think he has been the best performing AD carry. He has very wide shoulders that GX gladly sits on sometimes. And I think he has some really clutch moments in teamfights. And as I also said, it was only really against GX, against KC, he really found himself punished. So I'm looking forward to today.
And I do hope that coming into today, he's able to overcome that mental block, because we've seen it on the Rift. In the 2 versus 2, they have struggled to go up against that bot lane. But we've seen on your screen right now how effective this bot lane really can be. He's a super talented AD carry. He has a lot of confidence in himself, and he's definitely one of the key players that will elevate GX if they are going to find the upset win today.
And who else has confidence in them? Giloto, he said in an interview recently that he doesn't doubt this roster, so there's no reasons to make any changes. He knows how far they can go. So let's hear it from the man himself, Giloto, standing by with Shocks.
Giotto, so nice to see you, but I need to clarify something. You're Portuguese, right?
Yes.
But when you refer to Spain, you also refer to home. So
yeah.
what's up with that?
I mean, it's where my career started. I always felt very connected with the Spanish audience and also with the Spanish teams. So yeah, this will always feel like home.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about progressing, because when I interviewed you last time, you had this air of, if it works out now, it works out. If it doesn't, we can go next split. And I was thinking, shouldn't you be putting a bit higher expectations on this team now, since you made no changes and they have gone through the playoffs pretty well?
No, I mean, maybe I should. I decided from the start of the split that this is something that I wanted to try. And I am very stubborn, so I will keep going with that, and we will show the same in this event. The goal is to work through our issues instead of around them and trying to avoid them. We want to do that. I want to do that. Try to work on our weaknesses, and no better experience than a live event to do it.
Absolutely so. You have experience playing KC even in these playoffs. Wasn't the best showing for the team. Is that kind of course, it's not ideal that you lost, but I mean, in terms of gathering information, is that something you can work with?
Yeah, of course. I think that we gather information from that series, but as every other series, I think that KC is a team that is doing good. I think a bit worse in playoffs than regular split. They beat us once, but we're also the only team that didn't lose to G2. So
True.
we are kind of like doing that inside us now. If someone is going to beat G2 in the finals, must be us, because all the other teams already lost it.
I like
so
it.
we will use that to try to give us an extra motivation for the series against KC.
I like it. Glass half full always. Talk to me finally about Isma. I think he has been developing tremendously, and it seems very much under your tutelage. Can you say something about the way he's taking steps forward?
Yeah, I mean, the goal with Isma this split was also to try to make him a bit on a leader, because that's not something natural to him, and it's also something that we are missing on the team. I think it's not only me, Maxor is also helping him a lot, especially on the Verton of being a leader, because he was one on every team he was in. And he's just a sponge. Sometimes actually the mistake that we do with him is to try to feed him a bit too much information. But he just wants more and more and more, and I think while he keeps going like that, he's going to keep achieving new highs. Just amazing work ethic. Another player that was a bit of a victim of stories behind the scenes of being a flamer or a bad teammate, nothing of the likes. Incredibly hard worker, accepts feedback wonderfully and tries to apply it every game.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, and good
Thank you.
luck.
I love how down-to-earth and grounded Gyota always is. What surprised me a little bit was that, like, the way he just said, no, I don't want to actually set higher expectations. I actually want to keep going with what I'm going with. And I think he recognizes that the roster has problems. Like, we talk about them every week. We highlight issues, areas of weaknesses. And he's made it very clear in this interview that I recognize them, you see them, but we're going to push through them. We're not going to try and replace them or avoid them. We're going to push through them. And we're committed as a team to working through what these issues are and finding ways to become better as a team. And like, it's a really challenging thing to do.
It is.
Because as we saw, like, Casey's a great example of when they had weaknesses, they did replace them. And now they're kind of back into that top 3 position again. So that is the easier solution sometimes to just fix the problems. But Gyota's saying, no, I'm committed, and we'll show it here on stage what we can do.
I mean, I will say, it's very easy to say that we're going to work through our problems in winter, because there's a lot of talk being happened, but both as I and Oda knows, who has worked with very flawed rosters sometimes, that sometimes the best solution is just put a band-aid on early and just ignore it, because it's really easy to say you're going to work through the problems, but actually doing it is actually very difficult. So sometimes that band-aid could be very nice too.
And it explodes at Worlds, and that's what we don't want to see here. But actually, drawing from your pro player experience, I want to know, when you have a situation like this, would you push on your strength or try and fix weaknesses? Like, what is easier to how do you balance things?
Always strength. I don't think you should ignore your weaknesses, but I feel like you need to do what works, and you can't win games by doing what is like uncomfortable.
I mean, I'm of a slightly different opinion, because there are some weaknesses that are just, you know, team breaking, where if you just let them
Give me an example.
I mean, you know, bad vibes. Maybe someone throwing, like, you know, some hands, but okay, okay. In 2014,
throwing hands at each other or in objects.
No, that's a Fnatic thing.
In game, of course, in game. But so there's some issues that are just completely unfixable. If there's something that, you know, just shakes the foundation of a team and you can't fix it, that's when, you know, roster changes are the ultimate solution or the only solution. But realistically, you always work on your strengths. If there's like some weaknesses that you can iron out because you feel like they will fundamentally make it into one of your strengths later, you can. But putting band-aids in winter is never a good idea.
But all I heard is that no more positional coaches. Odoamne, he's preaching about marriage counseling experts in teams. That's going to win you worlds.
Well, the question for me then becomes, do we actually think that there are problems on GX that can't be solved? Yeah. Because for me, right now, the way that I see this roster, my expectations are low. We said at the very start already, Czech, they have to prove to us that they deserve to be here, and that's not to say that they haven't earned their spot amongst the top 4, but top 4, is that really their expectations? And like, if they really want to stand a chance against the top dogs and earn a title eventually, like, I personally need to see a lot more than what I'm seeing.
But we kind of do see this, because I feel like every time, whatever split, albeit, you know, winter, spring, or summer, towards the end, they do start to have these glimmers of level up. And I feel like it also starts with Isma. I feel like Isma, even Gyota said, he's one of the guys that always ends up leveling up the most. He always ends up being super adapted towards the team. And it starts also with this replay. He correctly identifies that he needs to do something early game. So even though he goes for a pathing that is maybe not the most open conventional for him and opens up from invades. He knows that he needs to do this to put pressure for the lanes, relieve that pressure from bot, skip some camps. He's about to go into top side, skip his top camps as well, find an unconventional timing for top lane to get ganked, skips this ward and sets them ahead in the early game, because this works for GX. Every single time he does this, they do find leads, because in traditional laning phase that is super slow game, it doesn't end up working.
I mean, what I love about Isma is that I feel like he is quite lucid in the early game, and he's very aware of what's happening in lanes. Here, for example, he's being spotted on a ward that has been pinged out. So he knows he has been spotted. He knows that Na'Vi knows where he is. So usually the jungler would just go for a bot lane clear here and just do his full clear. But because mid lane is so volatile, Jackis tells him, or he looks himself, yo brother, come here, I'm gonna set up a free kill for you. We're gonna get some fried eggs here. And they just go for this easy, super executable gank on the mid lane. And this already, which is a tough matchup for Ryze, allowed Jackis to really push that lead a little bit more in the early game.
And you know what? In my team, I picked Isma because I have that faith in him. Isma, I mean, he shows up when it matters. And it couldn't matter more than today.
Buddy.
And I feel like the audience at home will see that. They'll hear your arguments that you both just made about Isma and recognize that he's a key part of this very successful team.
Snake also.
Right now, thinks that 7% of the audience thinks you had a good team. Also, thank you so much, chat. And people on X, 62% of the votes. I really appreciate it. But that's a story for another day. We're used to Veli losing. Here we're here to see some teams winning. And for now, KC might be the favorites in this matchup, but they might also have the fans against them today. They're going to have to fight in the Lion's Den against the Spanish crowd. GX on the other side, they're coming with the full crowd cheering for them. Can they reignite what happened last year in the roadshow in Madrid? We'll see this about right now. I was getting to the game.
KC are going to go to reality. This time will be Giant X happy to be going on. To make a difference for KC. What a way to go to Barcelona.
The feeling of walking out on a big stage.
How much crowd there is and everything.
It's a feeling you don't get anywhere else in your life.
It's the best. Like, you feel empowered.
Knowing how good we were before, we were a bit too used to each other in the beginning of the split.
G2 secured themselves another spot in the finals, and they look to take a bow in Barcelona.
I think KC is the strongest team, so I will be expecting them in the finals, but I wouldn't be surprised if MKOI or GX would make it.
G2, no! G2 stole the Elder again! G2 have an AD carry, and BNX is versus BNX. G2 just class KC!
I'm very happy that we won, because if our winter split ended here, that would be very sad.
Who now stepping forward, getting the resets on the kill, looking to find one more with Flash. Your reset coming in. Foxfire for some extra move is needed. Finds the triple!
This is the momentum you need from the lower bracket to win the whole thing.
Jackie thought he could stay around, but Glyph splashes in.
What are they doing? I don't even feel like it's half of what we will be by the end of the year. I don't even think we're close to our ceiling.
Jackie splash forward, immediate fall with the encore. Fantastic.
Oh my God.
Away, does absolutely nothing. Now Noah untouched. This devastation as GX takes the fight.
For me, doing top 5 is like doing top 8 or top 9, you know. And I've been doing that for 2 years. I want to play versus the top team, challenge them, have a good game versus them.
Oh, that's our from downside. Look at the arrow, look at the arrow.
Our goal is to not give up and just keep playing the game, whatever happens.
As long as we play our game, we'll beat everyone.
Golden Arrow does it again! It's a in the air!
Our preparation and everything at the beginning of the season was more aiming towards these stages, in which we think is when we are going to reach our peak performance.
It's Broken Blade! It's Broken Blade! It's Broken Blade!
When things are on the line, we just always deliver. That is what makes us different.
G2 for sure, I think they are the toughest opponent.
Super takes on the rest of it!
In the finals, we're going to beat them.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos, España?
Locura lo que vamos a vivir en estos 3 días, ¿eh? 3 partidos, 3 finales. Hoy, Walk, comenzamos con un partidazo. Carmine Corp contra Giants.
Lo que vamos a vivir aquí este fin de semana es histórico, Mellado. Tenemos 3 días por delante apasionantes aquí en nuestro país para ver, para descubrir quién es el próximo campeón de Europa.
Vamos a pedir un poco de ruido, Badalona, ¿eh? Vamos con la presentación de los equipos. En primer lugar, son los malos de la película. Ganaron la LEC hace justo un año, pero hoy juegan fuera de casa. Fuerte aplauso para Carmine Corp.
Es uno de los mejores top laners de la LEC. Todo el mundo tiene miedo de enfrentarse a él en la top lane. ¡Kana!
Los ladrones, viene a robar todos los varones en la jungla. ¡Yay!
¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué estoy escuchando? Llega desde Corea el lobo sin correa en la mid lane. ¡Kiao!
No sabe lo que es ganar en España. Es el Principito francés, el que te mata y no lo ves. Como de carry. ¡Caliste!
Viene DNA, se cansó de trincar y ahora viene para ganar como support. ¡Moción!
Comenzó como jugador, se hizo entrenador y viene a Europa a conquistar la región de entrenador. Reaper.
Y enfrente, un equipo que ha hecho su mejor temporada en la LEC, pero quieren hacer historia, quieren levantar el trofeo. Hoy juegan en casa, delante de todo su público, desde Málaga. ¡Giants!
Ha demostrado que es más fácil ser top 1 challenger que sacarse medicina. Si lo tienes enfrente, tu partida a la ruina en la top lane. ¡Lot!
Fue campeón de España y en la jungla nadie le empaña. Desde Francia, Isma.
Ya no es un bebé, ya se ha hecho mayor y en la mid lane es puro terror. ¡Jackie!
Es el mejor de su equipo, viene a por su corona y hoy necesita todo el apoyo de Badalona como AD Carry. ¡No!
Antes de irse al servicio militar, Europa la quiere conquistar como support. ¡Chun, chun, 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 chun!
Es guapo,
es rico
y es el padre del equipo como entrenador. ¡Guilloto!
¿Estáis preparados, Badalona? ¿Estáis listos?
¡Que empiece el partido!
Welcome, everyone, to the caster desk, the caster zone for our first best of three in this incredible weekend of League of Legends here in Barcelona. I'm Dracos, joined by Jack Spectra and Dagda for this first series between GX and KC. And I gotta say, KC might be favored on paper, but the house clearly favors GX.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know. I mean, for GX, like, it is really sick to see them here. Like, a team that has been perpetually in that 5th position, now starting to step forward. And it feels like this is no longer a question of, like, can they do it? It's now, is it just like one small step, or is it one giant leap for both Giant kind?
Definitely a lot of throwbacks. The last time we saw Giant X playing with the Spanish crowd, they leveled up a lot and looked a lot better. And I feel like we saw the same thing happen in the opposite regard for KC. They crumbled in Madrid. It was especially Kana that I have my eye on. You know, how does he perform now against the crowd that goes against him? Not a lot of KC fans here today. It seemed like 90% Giant X fans. So we'll really have to see how KC handle the pressure.
How do they respond to that pressure as we're getting ready now to hop into picks and bans? You can see a lot of smiling faces on both sides. We'll see if this game one, kind of the classic for best of fives, right? Especially when you're playing against a big audience like this, is slow, chill, calm. No matter what the draft shows us, we have to be ready for maybe a bit more of a leisurely pace of game one. But personally, I hope that both teams come out swinging, show us something new here. Because when we look at the stacked ladder you have to climb up to make it to those finals against G2, you really can't afford to be playing slow, playing scared. As we get into picks and bans, you can already see Yunara taken away, Vi, Gwen, the Varus as well. A lot of champions getting taken off the board.
I think Giant X really wants to set the pace high and fight fast, surprise KC. It's the best way when you're kind of coming in as this underdog, when you have the crowd on your side. If you start to build up an early lead, then the mental pressure on the enemy team, that's when it actually starts stacking up and starts mattering. So I really want to see strong early lanes from Giant X here, and they're already starting it off by banning the Yunara, banning the Varus, trying to target Kalist here, while KC, they're trying to target top lane.
Yeah, and I want to see them get off the bat early, especially like something like a Jarvan, even the Aatrox again for Isma, because we saw, and the desk highlighted, what he can do when he can get rolling in the early stages. But also, when KC feel that pressure on that bottom side of the map, that tends to be when they struggle, when Busio can't be as active towards the mid lane, when Kalist is that little bit behind.
And we have to remember that KC had the right of first selection. They picked to pick first, presumably, and now we have Rumble coming in early. We had a Gwen ban and a Renekton ban, not something that makes sense in the context of enabling the Rumble, but when you think of Kana versus Lot, you kind of expect this to be a pretty Kana-favored matchup, and the Rumble first pick blind, this is something that they've loved to do, but it kind of leaves me with a weird feeling.
Yeah, I wonder if Giant X were a little bit surprised by the Rumble first pick because they banned the Galio themselves, which is usually the counter pick that you see into the Rumble. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for something like the Ornn Orianna here, just try to set up Lot for a safe kind of pick, or even go for the Jarvan, like you said, Rob.
The thing was, Lot over in the Ornn, kind of a callback, because Kana solo killed Lot in that game on the Rumble as well. So it feels like they're already setting up, but Orianna and that Jarvan, I love this combo coming through. Doesn't mean you can go for the Azir on the opposite side though and be relatively safe as Yehu, and I feel like that's what they're going to go for.
We've seen Yehu Azir, and it's been phenomenal. For me, he's been his best champion. I've really been enjoying watching him play it, and we'll see what Lot decides to go for here. If it's going to be the Ornn, I think it's going to be more of like a standard game where they're just going to play away from him, and then it's just a question of, can Lot survive the storm better than he did last time? Or does he want to kind of try to challenge Kana here in a more crazy matchup?
But no.
And, no.
He wants to play the Ornn, I think, is what we are seeing here. And, like, look, respect. I think simplifying the game plan, playing more standard front to back, feels like it favors GX. And this is one of the things I will say I like about GX's drafts. It never feels like an ego draft. They're never trying to get you with some crazy flex pick. They're willing to play these more stock standard compositions. And for KC, now the execution test is on their side. They've got comfort for Yehu. They've got a really powerful top side of the map. But if you can't execute in that mid game, it's really easy for GX to slam those R buttons and take out half your team.
And it feels like they're just going to take out more of those AD carries as well. And it feels like we're getting to half of them because at this stage with, you know, Yunara, Varus, Kai'Sa, and I imagine more of those AD carry spans coming through from Giant X, it does limit that pool for Kalist. But also what I imagine is Noah and Jun kind of setting themselves up nicely for some counter picks in that bottom side, because you either lock in the AD carry or the support. And personally, I'd love to see Noah and Jun try and go for heavy aggression bot lane. Like, we saw how well they performed on that Caitlyn Elise. Try and get something similar to that where you can try and take over in that bottom lane.
It seems like KC agree with you, Rob, as they ban out the Nami, targeting the Lucian Nami that we've, I think, only seen Giant X play. Even though they lost in it, Noah and Jun still had a really good performance, had a lot of pressure. So KC have the same idea. They want to try to limit Giant X's bot lane, while Giant X themselves are banning out the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal. Kai'Sa, it's surprising for me that they decided to ban it out because it doesn't make too much sense with KC's draft. They're not really diving in with the Rumble and the Azir, but I really like the Ezreal ban because it gives safety up against the Jarvan. It has a good early laning phase, and it might even be a throwback to the Ashe Seraphine that Noah and Jun are looking for once again.
Really like that Ashe lock in, the extra utility. Also kind of taking away from KC's composition that is in desperate need of more setup, of more CC. Puts them in an interesting position position. Because again, you talked about it, the entire AD carry pool is so heavily pinched. What is the option at this point to go up against Ashe, who's notoriously such an oppressive champion to lane against?
Yeah, I think you're in a bit of an awkward spot. I think Jhin is your best bet just to try and take something, and you can still go for a pretty aggressive bot lane like Jhin Leona, look for these all-in timers on towards what is a relatively squishy bot lane, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan.
I think Giant got the better hand here, for sure. Like, you're playing Jhin into Ornn, into Jarvan, like you're not having a good time.
No.
Although the bar is
your
good
plan is to stand still and kill that front line with 4 bullets? Yes, please. Sign up for that one. The downside, of course, is it leaves open something like the Bard for Busio, the Busio for Bard. Either way, leaves open the Bard. You have the immobile Ashe, the immobile Orianna. So for the same reason that Jarvan looks good against KC's team comp, Bard looks really good against GX's.
Yeah, but Ashe Seraphine was such a good front line here. I really like what Giant X has cooked up in this game 1. I would love to see Isma try to continue the fast-paced aggression that we saw in his last game against Na'Vi. I think it's such an easy gank avenue bot lane. All you need to do is get a winning trade for Noah. They can run them down. Isma pass behind, gets a flash, and it's just easy pickings for Giant X.
Especially in those early stages. Again, like the Ashe enabling that Seraphine route so effectively means that it's easy, as you say, for Isma to make his way down there. And as you start to go on, if Giant X do control these, you play the fight slow, work off the healing from Seraphine. Whereas on KC, you kind of have to pull that trigger quickly in the hopes that you can find something with this Bard. Because if you don't, you just kind of get outmatched in the attrition war.
And remember how heavily KC favored this looks on paper. All 3 times we've seen them play up against each other this year, it's KC who's come out on top. So for GX to have that draft advantage as we get into game 1, the ease of execution in their favor, I think does wonders for the hopes and dreams of these GX fans.
And especially for that bottom lane. Noah and Jhin have been the lifeblood of Giant X all split long. But they've had that mental block against Kalista and Busio. They haven't been able to find the success that we expected from them the last time these 2 teams faced off. Now, with this Ashe Seraphine combo, is their time to shine and show that they can beat KC.
And for me, this is a must-win game for Giant X because they're finally in a position where they're the ones that are winning bot lane, and it's really on KC to try to weather the storm. For me, this game, if KC is going to win, it's not so much about Kalista and Busio getting ahead. They just need to survive. It's about Yahoo generating a lead in mid lane, trying to flick Jackie's back once he gets that level 6, and Kana trying to get a lead in top lane to snowball himself. You see he has the Ignite, so just try to get that going.
For Yahoo, I think having that comfort, it's okay. I was not the search engine, brother. Yahoo, Yahoo. We're learning.
Yahoo, I guess.
It's to be fair, Hysterix has roasted us about this 30 million times. It wasn't enough. The 30 million to 1, we're hoping is the key number, but I think you're already seeing in chats across the board a lot of highlighting, a lot of confidence in GX composition as we see a very nice early trade here. Look, Bard level 1 is pretty strong. Basically has 2 spells, but the initial trade back there with Jhin is working out.
Yeah, just the auto attack proccing 2 stocks of that electrocute to then set up for a 3rd with the Q makes it very offensive in these early stages. And I think this is where you kind of saw it. Like last time, we had the engage Lulu for Busio in this, but this time around it's Jhin who's getting some nice trades in this bottom lane.
Both summoners being burnt here from Giant X. They used the heal and the barrier very early on. But KC, they're trying to fight back. You see the 4th shot from Kalist. He also did the boot start, which is like a real throwback to quite a few years ago where you always went this on Jhin. It's really nice into the Ashe because you kind of avoid her slow by being faster yourself, and it allows you to set up for those short trades that Jhin really likes. He wants to go just for that 4th shot, back off, go for an auto and a Q and a back off, and not giving Ashe Seraphine this all-in is really crucial, while also giving him 4 pots so he has a lot more sustain.
Able to weather the storm in the lane, right? 4 pots certainly can add up to a lot more health than the sustain you get from a Doran's blade, although all-inning against the Dorans can be tricky. Biggest question for us naturally is looking at the junglers, looking at Isma. We talked about what a massive performance he had last week versus Na'Vi. Now wanting to see that same level of kind of unchained jungle aggression as, you know, maybe it's an opportunity. This is, of course, a picture of Lot, but Isma is the player with those stats.
Because Isma did a lot.
Yes.
The last time we saw him play off, he was insane.
Yes, he did.
And I love the fact that we kind of got to see him like playing towards this bottom side, look to get those early flashes, then transition to the top. And I think on a jungler like Jarvan, that's exactly what I want to see him do. And it's exactly what it looks like he might be trying to achieve, although maybe after this crab, because we're already seeing the reset from Jackie's.
We're taking notes, Isma. What will you show us? What will you teach us?
Man, I think the only thing he could look for is a potential bot lane dive. If his bot lane can get a few better trades, there's no heal on Busio, and they do have quite a bit of burst damage. Isma is pathing around, but they're not so chunked This could be hard for Giant X to execute.
Oh, it could be really awkward, though. The flag and drag, difficult to respond to. The initial lockup is there. He cleansed, but it doesn't matter! It's damage that takes him out, not the CC. Now Busio's in trouble. They're laying up the PCC pretty well. He's managing to get one back. Noah dropping is big, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of GX.
I mean, Busio, he tried his best to play it well, took down Noah, but it's really good aggression from Isma. We were hyping him up, and you see the downside of the boot start from Kalist. I thought they didn't have the damage, but he's so squishy without that Doran's Blade.
And the fact as well that you are shutting down this bot lane is huge, because KC tend to fumble when their bottom lane isn't good. But I love the way this is set up from Giant X. They get the auto attacks on towards the Ashe, then they set up with Jun initially tanking to get that CC off of the Ashe though, and again, wait for Noah to get the access to the flurry, and then they look for the play. So, great setup. Unfortunately, it is the Ashe that dies, but it's a quick reset in that one.
And the fact that they killed him so fast that it only took 2 tower shots on Jun really shows how squishy Kalist was without that Doran's Blade, and it sets Giant X up for a great start here in game 1.
That it does. We have first back Swifties coming in for Kalist. So again, just trying to weather the storm of this aggressive lane, but very likely we see level 6 there for Noah before the cleanses back up, putting them in that position where they're under so much pressure here on the bottom side of the map. The good news, Yike now set up to path to the bottom side. He prioritized that Scuttle Crab, which left him open for that dive, but now he's in a really good position to try to get an advantage back.
But it's also just you're about to hit level 6 for Noah and Jun. Like in a little bit, you don't have cleanse, you don't have flash on Busio, like you suddenly have prime targets to just hard focus this bottom side of the map. Like this is a bot lane that is so oppressive when it gets ahead, and this is exactly what we wanted for Giant X.
And the thing I really like about this Seraphine is normally when you think about the Ashe, she kind of gets outscaled if she doesn't really get going, but Seraphine just provides pretty much the best scaling out of any Enchanter support in the game with all the AoE, healing, shielding, CC. She just provides so much in that late game that the duo itself outscales Jhin and Bard really, really hard this game.
Yeah, and for KC, of course, the good news is in the mid lane, slight advantage for Yehu. Kana building a bit of a lead, but we have this high bar for top lane winning matchups. Of course, he blinds the Rumble. The counter pick is the Ornn, something we expect to lose. How gracefully can Lot lose is the question. So far, it's going well, but Isma is paying some attention to the top side of the map. If Kana gets over eager, we could see that last little advantage for KC just start to disappear.
And it's Isma actually taking this into account. He didn't go for that reset timer.
Kana?
I don't know if Kana spotted him, so he could make this play. He doesn't care about the crab. Knows that he's got this slight window where Yike is going to be going for that crab. He has the upgraded smite, so Isma hoping to make the play, and he snuck in behind.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Kana doesn't know.
The level 6 Ornn all-in is terrifying. A lot of burst damage across multiple brittle procs. Of course, very likely that they just get the flash here. Isma close to level 6 though. If he soaks enough XP, he can get more.
I think he sold it now. I think Kana realized.
He hasn't figured it out. The Ornn horn has been blown. The silence is there as he overheats. It's the worst overheat timing. He's too hot, Jack.
Oh
he can't even talk.
The overheat timing, that's what they were waiting for. Isma with the lane gank. He's everywhere this game. It's a repeat of the Na'Vi series. Yike wants to try to take away the blue buff, and he's going to get it, but it's nothing in comparison to what Isma is doing this game.
2-0-1 now for Isma, and again, you just kind of get to keep up with this pressure, especially when you look towards the ability to play around top on those timers, the ability to play around bot as well, as we're already seen a bit of a fight. Jun goes wide with the E though.
Oh, extended fights with Ashe once she gets that Q, that flurry going. It's just so hard for them to trade back. The top side, also that entire advantage disappearing. Yes, it results in an even gold stake, but God, you never want to be there against an Ornn.
Nice move from Noah. Gets the cleanse from Kalist. Ulti for cleanse there. Very good trade from Noah. That means that next time he gets that ultimate up, and when Jun gets level 6, it's so difficult for Kalist to play.
Kana not burning that flash in the top lane play at least gives him a little bit more safety though, if it's to come up again. But honestly, I think with Isma still having the Cataclysm, those ganks still very fierce in that top side. And again for KC, like the most dangerous version of KC I've seen is when Yike and Busio are kind of working together, playing for Yehu mid. Kalist is already in a position where there's been an early gank to get him into his strength. But that's not what's happened this game. I know Giant X are dictating a lot of this early game.
For me, Rob, I feel like they don't mind if Kana has flash or not, because he kind of did his job in that gank, Isma, by making the top lane no longer bleed. It's no longer an injury. They're going to pick up the Drake for free. Yike is too late. But Busio,
hoping for some exit kills. They managed to get the stun into the captive audience. Follow up here as well. Excuse me, the deadly flourish. Isma going to turn back. I think accepts his fate, tries to bail out his teammates there. So getting the shutdown, getting that gold over to Kalist does help bail out the bottom lane.
A little bit strange there. He had the flash. I thought his team could help him a little bit more, but he decides to just give his life. Overall, it's still a dragon for Giant X, so decently worth, but it is going to mean the gold swings a little bit back to KC, especially as now Kalist picks up some plates and Yike gets the red buff.
Yeah, I'm curious what the game plan is for after this, though, because maybe an option to try and continue to keep this pressure. Like, you do have Void Grubs that are up, so KC going to reset and look for those, it seems like. But it's certainly, if you can try and make some plays around this bottom side, I think that's where...
Jackie's vulnerable. Busio looking for the angle. Extra move. Nice forward from Jackie's!
You can see it. That's the crowd. They're in Spain.
And this is crazy because these are the intangibles that you can't predict. Because again, on paper, we expected a clean sweep from KC from start to finish. GX with a better draft, and the level of performance we saw in one game last week from Isma, that Aatrox game, showing up again. And how many times have we seen a Jarvan with a lead just demolish a game? And now not only do you have that lead, you have Jackie's with the footwork, finally delivering on that mechanical prowess we've been waiting to see. As Kana, determined to get something back on the top side of the map, wanted to keep things even. Equalizer, not quite an angle that's going to threaten Lot any further.
Could have been a solo kill there if that equalizer hit a bit more. Kana fighting back here against the crowd. But you can see it's confidence. Confidence is the #1 thing that separates the players at the top end of the competition. Jackie's now might be caught out.
That's the push. Shockwave is there. Jackie's moving down, going to flash away, but surely the auto attacks. He's going to be done. Nice stun coming in from Busio. KC on the repeat gank will grab one.
KC starting to find their windows to punish Giant X. They like to play around Yehu when they can, and you're getting to see it now. At least finding some success. And the fact that Jackie's now has burnt that flash and they make the play successful makes him a sitting duck if KC want to put even more pressure there.
And as exciting as that early game is for GX, it's kind of on them to keep that momentum going, something KC have already disrupted well. And we've seen what Busio can do on this Bard, and we've seen what Bard can do in general. Jackie's, if he's not always super clean on the movement, if he oversteps, eventually one of those skill shots is going to get hit, and you're going to go down.
And that's why I wanted to see a little bit more from Giant X into that bottom side. The cleanse was burnt on Kalist by Noah early, but they didn't find those timing windows to really hard force to play. So now that is going to be back up, but you're still getting at least this push on this bottom side. The ability to be aggressive underneath this tower and look for poke is so high with this combo.
Yeah, with a lot of good roams from Busio, KC has gotten that gold lead back, as now Isma's in the jungle. Jackie's moving first.
Isma hits him with the...
Take notes.
The drag, but the flag is a little too far away, maybe?
He is zoning KC's bot lane here, and they are getting some plates on bot, but I really agree with you, Rob. I wanted to see this bot lane lead flourish into something more. It's pretty equal, as now Noah goes for the arrow.
One more lane where he could maybe hit. Lot almost caught it, to be fair. That's not a mechanic in the game, but if it was, Lot would have been ready. He could have thrown it back.
Can he, like, use his ult to headbutt it back down the other direction?
God, that'd be so cool. I would, if Ornalt could do that, I would play Ornn non-stop forever.
That's what they should do with Mel W. That you can W your own teammates' skill shots.
Yeah, I like that. Some insane alley-oop angles. Now, though, 700 gold lead for KC versus the one Drake of GX, and I think for GX, with a composition like this, just holding on to that dragon advantage is big. Surprisingly, though, no early play for Grubs. We haven't really been set up for those kind of cross maps, just because so much of the focus from both junglers has been about getting into these lanes, whether it's shutting down what Isma wants to do, or Yike looking for his own plays around the mid lane. Neither time has really had, or neither side has really had time to take these Grubs.
Yeah, you can see here, Yike wants to try to invade blue buff. Has the move from Kana, but Jackie's is trying to protect them. Looks like KC wants to commit for the fight. Busio once again, first on the play. But Jun is trying to match. Oh, the blue buff is going to reset. Oh, Lot might be caught.
Lot level 9 needs to be really careful. Looks like he might go down here. Is going to call the Forge God. The horn coming out. But Lot now going to fall. Isma off to the side fighting Ike for the blue buff. It's a two-man lockup as Lot is still escaping, but the double stun is there for Busio. All the damage currently focused onto Isma as Lot will finally fall. Noah outside of the ulti, but in the extended fight, they're too slow. Noah debating. Can he flash? The answer, hell yeah! Double kill!
Giant X fighting back in the river. It started off what looked like Lot coming down, but nearly got the more there.
I mean, it's all Noah. Noah's the one that opens to this fight from base. I think KC were not expecting it. Kalist was just hitting bot lane, and it's that numbers advantage for Giant X that makes them able to win the fight despite Lot getting caught out in the beginning if we start this fight off.
Yeah, it looks at the beginning like Lot is in a terrible position, but as Kana ends up investing a huge amount on towards Lot, if they're just not quite able to finish him down, And here on the bottom, with Jun ulting on the bottom side, it's a great shockwave from Jackie's afterwards. Gets the shield on towards Isma, and then immediately gets that shockwave. Which sure, Yike gets to survive a little bit, but it's just not quite enough. And it's a great turnaround from Giant X.
Really well played to Noah here, making the difference in this game 1 for Giant X, as now it's second Dragon, the Chemtech Drake that Giant X want to play for.
Obviously the focus for us, Noah and Kalista in this series, because the last time we saw this matchup, it wasn't close.
It was not close.
This was the story we wanted to lead the game with, and then what happened immediately? They took control of bottom lane. Noah flipping the script, flipping those expectations, finally seeing Noah and Jun hit that level of performance we're looking for, as Jackie's not doing so hot in that bot side trade.
But it's such a massive moment for Noah, because he is a momentum player. We know him as a player that if he can get these leads, he starts to feel himself and he can take over in games. And a 3-1 on this Ashe, it is a fantastic spot for him to be. Now, unfortunately for Giant X, they're not able to transition that lead into plays around that Dragon because of the last fight. And KC still fishing for more on this bottom side.
Well, KC got the Drake. Isma were able to get all his jungle camps bot side. And Lot got some plates on top, so it's not all bad for Giant X, as they were able to trade a little bit up in gold in this play. And it's going to be the Hextech Soul, but Yehu, trying to get this bot tower first.
Yeah. Struggling with the name, but we'll see. We'll see.
He got it
I have
first.
faith in you. You're the sideline. You're the undercard for today's event. It's Jack versus pronunciation, GX versus KC. To be fair, you probably had more prep time, but you know, so far GX.
Hey, sometimes that happens, you know, like an arrow like that. Sometimes you say Yahoo
I like to
instead
think
of
of
Yahoo.
it as a series with a lot of mechanical expression. You know, a lot of fancy footwork and maybe some arrows going wide, but some of them also hitting. That's what matters. Yehu, though, scaling really comfortable. Sizable lead over Jackie's. Jackie's has been good in the fight, but obviously Yehu getting so much time on side. And as we get later in the game, expect him to get more time on side. Side lanes are not the strong point for GX in the context of this game. It's a lot more about what they can do in those 5v5s.
I think they're doing a decent job, though, trying to get this deeper vision into this topside jungle. You can see some just up by that tier 2, so then Orianna can feel a little bit safer on this top side of the map. Rift Herald also up and available, so it feels like Giant X trying to establish themselves for that. But TP available on both top laners, and Busio at least manages to force Giant X away a little bit.
Yeah, Busio is doing a lot of work this game. I feel like he kind of saved KC's early game with his roams and just how much pressure he's putting on the map. He's really not scared of the Giant X engage because he knows he always has that bar portal to get out. But it was the 3 grubs picked up by Isma. They're looking to now take the Herald as well. Lot is moving first towards mid lane.
Noah getting a bit of a chunk taken out there from the dancing grenade, as well as a bit of poke. GX aren't in a great spot to take this objective, although our beautiful shot of the crowd has blocked my access to the minimap. But the crowd is very beautiful and deserves your appreciation.
There is a really good ward that was placed. You can see it there on the bottom side of the map from KC. So actually spotted that Lot, left that bottom lane, which meant that immediately Kana started to follow. So I imagine it was Lot and Kana staring at each other in River that kind of made both teams go, okay, maybe we're not in the best position to go for this Rift Herald. Still though, push on top side coming through for the Azir. And at least Busio shadowing well, but Giant X just turn over towards the objective immediately.
Yeah, Isma wants to start it up once again. 3rd time's the charm. He's on a pink ward though. So the rest of KC, they're immediately moving, trying to contest this. But maybe Yike will instead just try to get the both side camps and be willing to drop this objective. As it's going lead real fast here.
That it is. Yike's still so far away. They're going to try to burn this one down. Maybe KC look for a follow-up fight, but with GX grouped like this, it's going to take an ulti from Busio to shift things in the favor of KC. The ulti going to start immediate Mikhail's. Nice reaction from Busio to stop Yike from getting picked off. Is now we've mounted up. It's a Battle Herald. Never mind. Yes, Battle Herald into the tower, denied by Busio. A nice way to start the fight. Immediate flag and drag out. Now the equalizer laid down. The Forge God has been called. For the back line, it's just getting deleted. Kana and Yike finding the angle as Noah and Jun run for their lives. Yehu going wide on the ulti. Maybe a way to bring things back, but Lot slowly but surely is falling. Jin might not have enough bullets, but Yike doesn't have that problem.
Kana's collapse onto mid lane separates Giant X and allows KC with some great cover on the tower to find the success they need.
And Giant X, they just overforced it. Busio had the Bartle to defend the tower. It was too deep in the enemy side in KC. They collapsed on them, they punished them. They built themselves a 2,000 gold lead now and have shifted the game back into their favor.
Yeah, KC knew they had the collapse from Kana. He'd already pushed in bot side, so they're basically trying to gate Giant X off of moving into the mid lane. And a great Mikhail's, as you called it, Dracos, means that Busio's able to step away. And Kana, hiding in this bush, completely unknown, steps forward, gets a great equalizer to set things up.
And I think what's really crucial here is Busio's Bard ult on the tower. Because the tower survives, you're always left in such an awkward position as Giant X because you can't click forward. That tower is still there, so you're forced to go back. And once you go back, you can't actually win the fight anymore. KC have all the tools, they have all the advantage, and they run away with it.
And it's a situation where you can recognize pretty quickly that that Herald is not going to work out the way that you want it to, but there's really no right choice. Yeah. There's no going back. And once you split up, I feel like this composition from GX just doesn't work anymore. We can see there Isma almost immediately dies. He doesn't have an angle once he goes out to hit those Sundered Sky procs to get that extra sustain. And GX, as much as the early game felt very oppressive, it's honestly fallen apart a bit. The mid lane gap has just been growing and growing, and while Jackie's had some good fights, this is here is starting to get too far ahead.
And now you've got no one who's actually able to push in on this bottom side of the map. The Kana is able to connect to the wave. Giant X trying to put pressure on the mid, but Yahoo TPing, so KC kind of holding all angles here.
Lot is very late, he has no TP. Giant X, they recognize it, so they have to drop the Drake. Noah though.
Flying a drag forward, instantaneous combo, taking him out of the tempered phase. Busio tries to get something back. Isma chunked KC, debating if they want to collapse. Long range ulti coming in from Kalist. 2 going to take down Isma. No more bullets left. Is Yike debating if he wants to keep going forward. Extended fight still good for Noah, but the knockback brings him into the arms of Busio, who doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's at least a bit of an annoyance. The 4v4 extended fight, though. GX debating if they want this. Noah is a massive damage threat, and KC don't feel like they have enough in the tank to force it.
KC got the dragon off the back of it, though, as they started to shift across. Yahoo, vulnerable to the arrow, but still, if you're KC, I think you're happy with that.
Definitely. KC can be happy with that play, but I think Giant X, it was a good opportunity that they spotted Noah with the arrow, immediate CC chain to take down Yahoo here. And even though it's a good route from Kalist, which allows them to pick up a kill on Isma, it's still the mid tower for Giant X, so I like the fact that they were willing to cross map. They recognized that Lot was too late, and then the fight gets a little bit awkward for Giant X as Jun is forced to walk around. Noah can't really hit the priority targets, he's stuck hitting the Bard, and they can't really chase them down as you'd really want to do with this Ashe Seraphine.
Overall, it's just great setup from KC. And again, I think this is why a lot of people looked at them as the favorites coming into today, because it felt like it was always an uphill battle for Giant X. We've seen KC be consistent, finding leads when they do end up falling slightly behind, and being able to play through Busio, who's having a fantastic game on this Bard here.
It's funny to me because I feel like this game is really fitting how I view Giant X. It's the solo laners that are kind of struggling, not really finding their stride, while Noah and Jun, the horsepower of this team, they're doing their best and they're really putting in the effort. And Isma is kind of the wild card. He can do some really amazing plays. He had a great early game, but you've seen him die in moments where it feels like he could get out. It feels like there's more he could do. But KC, they're just the ones punishing. They're the ones collapsing.
And it's the same kind of struggles we've seen from Giant X at times. You know, the lack of patience when it comes towards team fights, the ability to set up properly in each of their lanes to make sure that the waves are going in their favor and they're catching a lot. Now, it is still only a 1.5k gold lead. There is still major things that can set up here.
Sorry, the person who said noob Jarvan combo just dropped that savage. Oh, man. Oh, Isma. I mean, the thing is, it started really well. You guys highlighted it so beautifully, right? I think this is a team that we've seen what happens when everyone's firing on all cylinders and they can keep converting, but this is credit to KC that they weathered the storm, that Busio, as you highlighted earlier, found those good angles, and now the level of execution required for GX to get what they want out of this composition in a more neutral game state is just so much higher than it was when they had that early lead.
KC efficient for picks, though. Kana has already moved across a lot here as well. It's going to be responded to.
Ward's got called. Oh, no. Knock him in the wall. Root now onto Isma. Ulti going through. Disengage ult comes out from Jun as Yike starts to retreat. They've caught Noah. That's not a good look, as now Yike is immediately ready to follow up, but the wind becomes lightning. Doesn't hit. That's crucial. Side step from Noah good. Jun body blocking the slows coming out. Root on the Busio. Zima KOs himself to make sure he can escape. All of GX pulling away because it's KC with the health advantage.
And now KC get to attack this mid lane. They force Giant X out on the top side. So even though the kills don't go their way, turrets will fall.
I love Giant X's idea, but the execution is not quite there, as Lot isn't able to get the CC, and Isma can't follow it either. Ends up being a little bit awkward of a fight, and that really favors the Jhin and Bard, because you see they have so much range, especially with that equalizer as well. It's all on Giant X, really, to get that initial engage with the Jarvan Cataclysm, with the Ornn Horn, and with the Ashe Arrow, to really start the fight, make it happen fast, because if KC kite back, they have the range advantage.
Yeah, you just don't want to be in a situation where you're trying to auto-attack Yike through that ulti. And we haven't seen Kalisz gets to stay so far back. As you highlighted, Yehu does not have to go in. He can just wait for those cooldowns. Because oftentimes we're seeing them used on Busio, which really isn't the ideal target, and credit to him for escaping a lot of those plays, but even if they get the kill on the Bard, if it costs that many cooldowns, I don't know if they're winning that fight.
But it's also even trying to get like big value from this Orianna Shockwave. Like we've seen one fight where you hit onto two people as Yike's ultimate starts to disappear, but in the grand scheme of things, Kalisz is hitting you from 2 screens away. You're struggling to find on towards Yike because he has that ult, and Kana tends to be on a flank in a lot of these fights, so getting these big group ultimates isn't quite working out, which is then putting a huge amount of pressure on towards Noah to be that carry. And you know, with 2 items, a third nearly on the way, he just doesn't have that DPS in him right now.
For sure, and then you think of the arrow. I think Busio's doing a lot of heavy lifting with that Mikhail's, always protecting his priority carries. Giant X, they want to look for a cheese play here. Potentially they could look for Busio himself. I think they can blow him up.
Hawkshot giving vision, revealing at least 2 members of GX. Isma still waiting in the darkness. Yike maybe going to check the bush with the wind becomes landing, but opts not to. Again, the objective here is the 4th Drake of the game. It would be soul point for KC if they can secure it. Jackies. Oh, fishes. That's devastating. Nice backstep from the entirety of KC there. Yike and Yehu ready to react as the arrow turns it back. Yike is going to immediately disengage. The CC not quite perfectly layered. Now the disengage coming in, but Ornn crucially unstoppable. Still unable to send it back. Yehu trying to find a way to the back line and just asking too much of Noah. GX dissected in the fight.
There was nowhere for GX to go. KC are hunting them down, and it will be Jackies who gives the triple to the mid laner.
KC, 5,000 gold. The 3rd Drake secured. The game is starting to get out of Giant X's hands. They're really taking it back here. Busio on the Bard doing such heavy lifting in this fight. KC might even want to go for the Nash. They have a lot of damage with this Azir, and it's still long death timers on Giant X. You have to feel that the game might just have gone into KC's favor.
It was a good effort from Giant X. See if they can fish for the ultimate, but not able to connect with it. And then Yike gets so much value from his ultimate.
And Busio here, he gets the ultimate only onto Noah, which means that he can't take down Yike fast enough. So Isma drops first, Noah has the flashback, but Kana has the Zhonya's, and then Yehu just flips him back, and it's over.
And it's so tough, too, because even the little things are going wrong. Lot using the W, the Bella's Breath, to make sure he doesn't get locked up by the ulti from Busio means he's late on the timing of the recast on Call of the Forge God. So even that little bit of disengage, it wouldn't have saved the fight, but it might have saved a teammate, doesn't go in favor of GX. And again, the execution from KC has been pretty clean. They have a lot of these favorable tools now. With the Mikhails, a locket on the way, too, for any potential AoE damage. It's starting to feel harder and harder for GX to ever find an angle to just hit that multi-man shockwave, to find those layered ultis that should be able to result in the GX fight.
Yeah, especially as the vision just gets darker and darker now. Giant X, they'll start to clear out some of it, but trying to find these moments where Isma can get access to the backline, you can try and set up for a big play, just becomes so much more difficult when you just don't have access to the map.
And also, KC can just play side, right?
Yeah.
You've talked about it, like the Azir and now also the Ashe in this position that you were concerned about when we saw the Ashe locked in. As we see Call the Forge God come out, traded for Busio's ultimate. Yike debating if he wants to follow. Great equalizer coming in for Kana. That's another ulti going onto Yike, who's taking no damage.
Oh my god.
This man is eating ults for free, left and right. Xin looking completely imbalanced.
I mean, Noah there with some good movement to barely get out of Kalist's ult. But you can see KC are hunting them down. They got the mid tier too. They're going for top as well. KC, they want to keep it going. But this could be an opportunity where they overstay. They need the base after this. Kalistis low.
Yeah.
Well, they need the base, so it's fine.
Yeah. They just.
Maybe Isma cancels here. Yike
that
is
could be
caught.
big on Yike. It won't get too much, but it could at least hope to keep things alive as the flash in. Yike gonna go. Oh no!
Wait,
don't go through the portal. They're going to send Isma. Now Noah's chasing. A chance to get 2 kills back. Yike should surely fall. Busio now going to run for his life. Picking up the Honey Fruit's only going to slow him down further, though. Yike's falling. And the Honey Fruit, they're going to be the death of Inko. Slot is here just in time. 2 kills coming over for the side of GX.
Giant X gets something back. Will take 2 members of KC off the map. But Kana already on this bottom side. Jackie's going to try and match him. Should be able to clear out the wave. But it's just the reset not happening here for KC.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed here from KC. The hawk shot spots Kalist's base. So Isma knows that they want the base and tries to cancel them. And it's just a half a second gap in between the bases here that really makes the difference. A really good portal by Busio, but Giant X, they have the numbers. They can chase them down, they can play it slow. LOT even taking the Hextech portal behind to make sure that they can run down Busio. But in the grand scheme of things, it's only 2 kills. Giant X, they need to get set up for the next Drake fight and get a good engage off if they're going to win this game.
I mean, even in that, Yike getting some serious healing across that odds. There was a second where I thought he might be able to take Jun with him. Still, as you say though, Jack, there isn't really, yes, you get some towers, yes, you get some much needed gold, but it's still a 5k gold lead. It's still a minute and a half until KC are looking down at Seoul, and you have the Rabadon's death cap completed. You have some of the luxury items for Yehu there. It's an uphill battle to now find targets in fights that are high value targets.
It's just so difficult when Yike has been such a monster in this game, because with Yike able to single-handedly zone away a lot of the backline of GX, it gives so much room for Kalista and Yehu to play out these fights. Kana with the equalizer. It feels like everyone in this game has been at max range except for Yike, who's just been reminding us why Xin ult is a pretty powerful tool in a professional game of League of Legends. Maybe Yike missteps. Maybe GX can find that angle where they're able to 100-0 him, but now he has a GA, which makes it so much harder.
That's what I was going to say. It's like GA on your jungler. Zanya is essentially on both solo laners. And again, Jin is just going to have a Mikhails if he ever needs it. It's so difficult here.
GX hoping for KC to group up, but KC happy to play the fight from multiple angles. Kliss standing on one side, Kana grouping with the rest of the team, knowing they have that big range advantage if they seek to use it. GX trying to play through mid, but again, with no vision here, means they're very likely walking into a fight on KC's terms. Busio waiting over the wall. Initial bit of CC going on to Lot as he blows the Ornn Horn. Nice use of the equalizer from Kana to force a backstep from GX so they can't follow up on that Ornn ulti.
Again, there was impatient from Giant X. Dragon wasn't up. You have the Seraphine, use the healing. Now you're down an engage tool.
That they are. KC retreating. They know the pressure is on, as now we see a teleport in place to get a shield to maybe make the fight a little bit better. Initial knockup is good with the shockwave. Oh, it's a perfect part only to fall. 3 members knocked up. Now they're going to get knocked back by Yike. They're not able to hit the back line. Yehu moving in. He gets Noah, and that's all it's going to take. It's a shockwave-less Orianna to try and save the day, and it's too much to ask of any man as they're going to finish off Jackie's nice and slow.
Busio's bar, baby, with the Tempered Fate, followed up by Yehu. They're going to get the Hextech Soul. They're running down 3 lanes here. They might not be able to end the game just yet, but I think Giant X, they've already started planning for game 2.
KC with a very strong mid-game. It looked dicey from the get-go. It looked like Giant X might have just found what they needed. But Busio's Bard was everywhere in this game. There is no controlling this man.
No, and a player very apt at punishing these missteps from GX2. We take a look back at the fight, Jack, and I think it's just a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, LOT having burnt the Ornn Horn earlier, the 3-man Bard ult from Busio makes it so that both Jun and Noah need to flash. But that's Azir's dream right here. He knows he can shuffle in, needs to flash himself to set up the wall. And with that, all hope for Giant X is lost. Now they're looking uphill at an Hextech Soul here for KC. And near 10,000 gold. And they were already losing when they were 5k gold.
It was uphill before. Now we're talking Mount Everest level. And they don't have a guide, right? They're not... I don't think they're making it to the summit in this particular one, as 9k advantage you highlighted at the Soul. Now going to be a Baron for KC. This should be the victory lap. This should be moving around the map, whether they want to split or group. The fights are going to be so insanely KC favored. GX preying on that Miracle Engage, the 5-man Shockwave, the 5-man Seraphine ult, the 5-man Ornn ult, things that you can't reliably get in a game of League of Legends, but those are the last things that GX have if they want to try to get this one even closer in their favor.
And that's when you start to look at, like, is there a TP angle where Locke comes in behind, but that's down. Jackie's doesn't have enough in the tank to really just one-shot people at this stage.
They didn't even get the GA in the previous fight. Oh, devastating. KC pushing in. Only the bot wave left unattended. They're happy to play on 2 lanes. Lot, this is his angle to get things kicked off, but Kana just goes golden. Doesn't mind. Lockup is there onto Jackie's. He's going to hope to bring this one back. An excellent equalizer. Shockwave from Jackie's is good, but it's too little. It's too late. A 3-man Shockwave at this deficit. Not enough to do the damage necessary. A flash in. That's the second bullet. Kliss might look for another with the 4th. Instead, it's a tower in his sights as Yehu looks for the pushback. Isma goes unstoppable. nice display of what the champion can do, but not enough to stop this one from moving in the favor of KC, taking their sweet time in the enemy base to secure first blood in this best-of-5 series.
And it was a great early game from Giant X. The crowd was in their favor, but KC, they showed us why they've been so dominant, why we had them as the favorites today as they take game 1.
It was a good showing from Isma in the early stages. He ticked the boxes that the analyst desk started, but it still wasn't enough. And now it's back to the drawing board for Giant X to see how the hell they can beat this behemoth.
I mean, it is a tall task. No doubt momentum matters. Even if the crowd is behind you, you can't afford to doubt yourself after a game like that when we saw some good stuff. But it sounds like Shox is standing by. Let's see what she has to say.
Second. Hello, Calist. Great first game, maybe a bit of a slow start. What did you think of game 1?
Yeah, I think the bot matchup was not easy. We had to survive early game. We got dove, so it made the game a bit hard. Thank you for booing me. No, I mean, to be honest, I don't really care of people booing, right? That's part of the sport, and it makes me stronger, so keep going. And yeah, I think the game was maybe hard, yeah, because of bot matchup in early, but overall, pretty clean mid-game.
Love that. Love the message to the fans as well. I'll let you go. Muchas gracias, Akalis.
Thank you so much, Shox, for the interview. Nice to have an insight from Calist. The booze empowering. We're going to be back after the break for game 2, so don't go anywhere.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
On another level, through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so no one above me.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Kiloto, did I good pause? My timing was good?
No. But the double stun is there for Busio. All the damage currently focused onto Isma as Lot will finally fall. Noah outside of the ulti, but in the extended fight, they're too slow. Noah debating. Can he flash? The answer, hell yeah! Double kill.
Gentlemen,
okay.
No combo.
I wanna go.
Seraphine, no flash. Wait.
I want this kill,
Oh, sorry.
It's a constant trend for pro players to swear when they do something good. Noah's entrance was good, but it was just not enough here, guys. KC takes game one.
It wasn't good. It was bad.
I thought it was cool.
Yeah, in the dark.
Yeah. He's mysterious.
Yeah,
That's what he wants.
He's a super villain, I guess. Yeah.
Nobody gets to see you. Nobody got to see him later in the game as well, sadly. KC takes game one. That's what we expected. But a lot of good elements here on the side of GX. We wanted them to push their strong sides. I feel like we're seeing a trend here as well with Isma.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked what they did in the early game, actually. I loved how active Isma was, reacting to what's happening in these lanes. Like, bot lane stacked up a dive, super easy execution, boom. Go. Get some freebies here. Like, they just make it so simple, setting up the root and stun with the Ashe passive. It's just easy. It looks super nice.
And the interesting part was also that it's just uncounterable. Sure, there's a misplay here, but even if he walks toward just from the jungle pathing early, and even this sneak in, it will take a lot of time, right? But they do know, again, that they really need to wait so that they invest more time to get the laners ahead, because it got them into a good position in the early game. It ended up failing later on, but still a lot of really good moves from Isma. And this is exactly what we need to see from him for GX to have a chance today.
Coming into this matchup, our concerns were the bot lane 2 versus 2 and whether or not Isma would be able to have impact. And at the start of this game, we did get to see GX succeed in both those elements. But as Odo was alluding to, it was just following that as they approached the mid game where things started to falter. But ultimately, like, when I think of the game as a whole, I love that GX was being super proactive on the Rift. I love that GX was willing to fight against KC. But at the end of the day, I think their biggest struggle came down to execution.
And I also
really
think...
felt like, sorry,
okay,
you want to talk with me?
Okay,
don't fight again!
You go. I know that you hate me, but you can talk right now.
I'll talk. Okay, let me together. Okay. What I really disliked as well was the transition. Like, I feel like they were really greedy for this early dragon, didn't really set themselves up for the escape there, and it felt like they kind of lost steam in that like 10 to 15 minute mark. They were kind of unsure what they needed to do to progress the game even further, despite being in a good position.
Do you guys really feel like it's a matter of execution, or it's also a matter of the tools that KC had in their draft later on? Because this Jin Sao, this Bard also especially, we're buying a lot of time for KC to turn fights.
I think KC's draft was extremely versatile. It was kind of like a jack of all trades, but a lot of this power came from the fact that I feel like when it was GX's turn to pull the trigger, they were just a little bit too over-eager because they had a lot of tools. And the way that KC capitalized on it was that they were trying a little bit too hard. That proactivity from Isma from the early game, leading into mid-game where all the team needs to be coordinated, pull the trigger together, it really felt like they were just trying a little bit too hard. I saw Lot plenty of times just opening with the on ult when it wasn't the critical moment, and that's how KC's Tinkom comes in. That's where Busio finds amazing Bard ults. Xin Zhao gets a lot of value when it comes to these sort of moments of indecision.
I felt like Giant X came today very locked in based on what we saw in the early game, but I think, as Odo was saying, they were just a little bit too over-eager. And I think this is a great example where they're committing the TP and they're telling the enemy team, you have to back off, you can't respect this. But Busio and his Bard ultimate, he was able to demonstrate some of that versatility that Odo's talking about, and it gave them a perfect re-engage because the plan from GX got shut down before they can even execute it.
I mean, this clip just really highlights why I think we see the transition struggle there from the early game, because it felt like they didn't really know how to transition the early game. They didn't even think that Bard would ult this tower, and it felt like they need to give themselves a little bit more options in that mid game, because I felt like they were just throwing their heads at the wall and not really finding anything.
And that really sets me up perfectly for a thing that I prepared earlier, which is the bussin' yo, as the youth would say. The good old bussin' yo, I think, was a key component in today's game. I think that his Bard was so good. His barge was unbelievably impactful, and I think we saw it in every single play that GX tried to set up. He was able to shut them down in some capacity. I mean, 100% kill participation, a 2-2-20 scoreline. I mean, what an impressive game from him.
For doubting him. That's crazy. Look at the look he's giving us.
I mean, he was even confident enough to let it open against Keria at World, so he believes in the fact that he can control this champion as well. It's going to be taken off the board here, of course, as we're moving on to Fearless Draft, but I feel like you can have so much impact with a champion like this, and maybe that's what made the difference completely later on, because especially when you're going to have a player as gifted as this on a champion that's so impactful, it's hard to come back, right?
Every single team fight he was landing these crucial ults, but I want you to look at Yike here. Look at the moment he ults, look at all the damage is being thrown into him, but he's unyielding, he does not back down. I think I've never seen a Shincha ult tank this much, and you see the follow-up, the Rumble ult, the Jin ult, it's just so hard if they don't get to go on them easily.
And initially I was a hater of this KC draft because I felt like it comes a lot to execution. I felt like they didn't really have a lot of tools, but where they really came together was the fact that they find, you know, cool angles to approach the fight. It wasn't really a front to back that you see every time that, for example, GX's draft really wants. They had the bar, they had the portal, Zambolo was looking constantly for flanks, and they were, again, capitalizing extremely well on the fact that GX was choosing bad spots to fight in.
Yeah, I get, like, they didn't talk about it. I think Booster was just really a difference maker in so many of these fights. Like, in that fight, the Xin Zhao tanked a bunch, but I also think it helped, like, the Booster ultimate landed onto the Orianna, completely removing it from the fight. A follow-up Dragon for the soul ended up connecting onto 3, which then set up for Yehu to land a multi-man ultimate behind. I felt like he was either shutting plays down, I felt like he was setting his team up, like, I can't emphasize enough how impactful this man was for their performance. And I know that we talked about, the biggest thing for me is coming into this series was, will there be a mental block in the bottom lane for GX? And their laning phase with a bit of jungle support was completely fine. But that doesn't remove the fact that when we look at who the best bot lane in the league is, my vote still goes to this KC bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt. Obviously, Boostio Bard has been drawing a lot of bans, and it's one of his most potent picks. I'm not sure if I really like the Seraphine for Jun. I would really like for him to move onwards to a little bit more engaged, because I felt like when Jun was not playing the engage, it felt like GX had some struggles to kind of choose the correct fights. And I've had this in some teams that I've played on, I feel like sometimes one guy is really good at engaging, and when that guy is not on engage, suddenly the whole team kind of falters in those.
Was that you?
Moments.
Were you that guy?
Of course, I was great at playing engage. I'm thinking more about some other teams right now.
Okay, right.
I will say Jong-hoon, great at engagement.
Oh, good to know, good to know.
What do we want to prioritize here on the side of GX? Of course, they're going to grab the first pick here with KC going red side yet again.
Well, going first pick, it really feels like they didn't really use a lot of their tools, I feel like, because they did take the Seraphine Ashe, and it was kind of like, you know, this trump card where it really feels like, okay, it fits into everything, provides a little bit of everything. But now, Jun's versatility also comes into question now, right? Because you have a situation where Boostio will be counterpicking you, and as we said it earlier, he will, you know, find great angles and do a lot. So I'm thinking, what are they going to grab?
I think that GX don't actually have to change much. I think that in the beauty of Fearless is that the deeper you go, the smaller the pool gets. And I think keeping this straightforward comp where you're basically forcing KC to come in and fight you is a very straightforward approach that I think can work now that KC have fewer options.
Yeah, keep it simple. Just refine the execution at GX. It was just game 1. Let's see if they can come back here in game 2. Casters, over to you.
Let's see if they can adapt it. I think it is certainly a tall task. Betty highlighted it well. Now that the Bard isn't a part of the equation, you know, there's
only
less...
got to worry about the Alistair and the Nico.
Okay, but that's the scariest one if they want to do another front-to-back style. Team composition, we see the bans already coming in. Again, GX picking first pick, I believe, here. So we'll have access. We'll see if there's any priority champion that they really want to get their hands on, as we see the Yunara, again, banned, the Varus, nothing too surprising there, as well as the Mbessa and the Ryze.
I mean, my worry for Giant X is I think their draft was a lot better in game 1. I think the analysts were coping a little bit, trying to give it to KC just because they out-executed Giant X. Giant X were the one that had all the tools, they had all the engage, but they couldn't find their mark. And I do want to touch on what Vetty said. I think Jun is the one player that I trust on Giant X to actually always find the good engages. So I want to see him on Rakan, on Nico, because then they can transition a good early game that they had in game 1 to an actual game win.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Jack. And I think for Isma, it's about trying to, again, see if you can find a champion that can then support that bottom lane. And Jarvan was kind of the one pick to me that really stood out, and we saw him get the success. But now that that's taken away, what is the option that you want to try and go for here?
I mean, he did have a great Aatrox game.
True.
So it could be something that they look for. Probably not first pick, as there's no Yunara for Giant the first pick, no Varus either.
And there you go.
Sion.
There you go. It's a Sion.
Okay.
Locked in. And now this is not the flashiest pick, but it does set us up for the exact same front-to-back style situation for GX at the very least. And it's a lane where Lot can lose gracefully. And I would love to aspire for more for Lot, but if GX want to play towards bottom side, it makes sense to play something safe.
It does open up Kana, though, and this was a conversation, Jack, we were having backstage, which is, you know, if Kana is able to go towards more of these carry-orientated picks, that feels like where he's more comfortable rather than on these more tank-orientated picks. So from that perspective, you end up going with, you know, Kana on something like a Gwen, where he can try and bully through this top side. You still got a fairly strong bot lane now with the Corki locked in for Kalist. It feels like for KC, you're still in a relatively good spot with this draft.
And Jack, when we look at the Corki, is it just good against every scaling matchup? Like, do you feel like KC picking the Corki this early just shuts down, or at least makes it difficult for GX to slam some front-to-back style AD carry that could scale well into this game?
I think that's the idea, for sure. It's just a lane that typically won't lose. And it does maybe try to hamper that Kai'Sa pick that Noah would want to go for. They look in the Aurora. I hope it's not top lane, because I think it's there's a lot of better picks you can go up against the Sion.
You're such a hater.
I mean,
let Kana play the counter pick, man.
Well, we've seen Gwen annihilate Sion, so I'd rather have that, for example. And it also outscales. The thing with Aurora is she's very burst-oriented. So there comes a point where she just doesn't have enough damage to get through the Sion, and especially with Corki as well, not a great tank killer. I think KC are on a clock, and I really like the Ezreal Nico from Noah and Jun here. It's going to be answered by the Nami to just kind of out-sustain and try to give Corki that
and I will say, following up on what the analyst desk said, we wanted to see playmaking from Jun. Certainly you have that with the Nico, as well as the range support to kind of try and match the Nami. And it's actually going to be Busio who's playing with those ankle weights on as the Nami. Not a guy who can face check, not a guy who should be able to move around the map and make plays, although I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for it anyway.
And they get to move those ankle weights onto Kana here in this draft as well, because now you start to ban away some of those top laners that might be an issue for a loss and make things just a little bit easier for the Sion in that top side. And if that's the case for Giant X, I think they're in a significantly stronger spot. And there goes that Gwen, because I do think this Aurora can still be flexed to the mid. Yeah, who has played the Aurora in the mid lane, and we've kind of started to see it move up in priority across some of the other regions, just because it has a good matchup into almost everything that's more meta, quote-unquote, in the mid lane.
What I would love to say is I'm worried about KC's comp and killing tanks, but then I remember last game they had a Jhin into Dwarven, and it didn't really matter. So I feel like I'm going to hold on to that in the back pocket and see how it plays out. But I do think that KC, they really want to look for kind of tank killing top, so that at least they can put Lot behind and always be winning on the side lane. And you can see that Giant X are thinking the same thing. They banned the Gwen, they banned the Gnar, so they just want to try to set him up for a good matchup. It's going to be the Dr. Mundo lock-in as a flex pick here. Both jungle and top can be played into the Sion, and we'll see where KC wants to put up.
And KC showing us a lot of potential flex picks, which if GX aren't concerned, certainly if KC are able to pull this out, their opponents tomorrow, MKOI, will be. Having the Mundo and Aurora in the same draft makes it really tough, I think, for the side of GX to lock down comfortable lane matchups.
I wonder if Isma has the Jace in his back pocket, because honestly it's kind of fallen off, but you've already got the Ezreal, a Jace as well, and there's KC don't have a huge amount of engage tools. And the tanks are pretty much taken away from Kana, who can't play that engage. So I'm curious. Yeah, there it is. I think it's a really good option here for Isma.
Great call out, Rob. The only thing is, I don't trust Isma to play slow and play poke. I feel like Isma is at his best when he can go in and go a bit crazy.
I don't think Isma trusts Isma to play poke.
I saw the diddly, I was like, oh, they're worried about poke. And I was like, Jace? And then,
yeah. There you go. Aatrox, obviously, a lot of that sustain can be a terror if he finds angles. And again, this is the champion that versus Na'Vi, we saw him really pop off, really take over in the early games, conceding camps, not playing for himself, but instead playing to shut down the opposition, get active in those lanes, as we see the classic Vayne hover from Busio. But the final lock in here, would really not be surprised to see the Rek'Sai. It would commit the Aurora to the mid lane up against the Talia from Jackie's.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Rek'Sai, and now it's kind of frontline versus frontline here, with Rek'Sai fulfilling that tank role for KC. So both teams have a pretty standard front to back. I do still, I think, prefer Giant X's comp a little bit more. I like the bot lane matchup. I like Jun on the Nico. He's shown a lot of good performances on it. Jackie's doesn't have the most setup from his teammates, at least not the most orthodox setup, as he does have the Aatrox knockups, the Sion knockups, but it can be hard to land them to set him up for success.
I do think one of the nice things, though, with the Darkened Blade is it's pretty easy to take off Mundo passive if Yike's not super clean on kind of stepping in and out of that. And you really need to be able to do it because you'd like to be able to land the Sion Qs, you'd like the Nico roots to take effect. So important that GX have that tool to take that out of the equation. But I'm inclined to agree. For the second game in a row, I think the path to success for GX feels a lot clearer. But again, we said that in game one.
Yeah.
We said that, you know, Jin, they shouldn't be able to kill this front line. They killed the front line like it was nothing. And it makes a lot of things difficult to predict about how this game will play out.
Yeah, I do think, though, this is where at least you've got substantially, I think, stronger lanes for Giant X. Like, Jackie should have a decent matchup against Aurora. Aurora has two abilities that just CC her if she's standing on the Unraveled Earth, which makes things significantly easier for him. And you have the ability to try and play around bot lane, which can try and set up for ganks. So I agree with Jack. I really think Giant X, again, have given themselves good tools, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to solidify them.
That we are heading into our second game in this best of 5 series. And honestly, best of 5 live audience, it's a dream. I genuinely just hope we can go full 5 so we can see the full depths of champion pools, because already the first 2 games have had some pretty interesting drafts, but it's a tall task for GX. They had the early game in game 1, now trying to bounce back in game 2. Let's see if they can get off on the right foot.
And I think if you're KC and G2 later on, you're hoping this goes to 5 as well. See exactly what your opponent has to do and see if you can tire them out before that weekend goes ahead, especially as we haven't got to see the depths of so many different teams yet. Just having that info could be so valuable.
I would love to see what Kalista and Boostio has cooked up as we go later into this series. Currently, it's pretty vanilla here with the Corki Nami. Not something that would be vanilla a few months ago, but kind of feels like Reckless popularized this Nami pick. Especially good support with the Corki. It's kind of similar to Lucian Nami because you proc that Nami E so quickly with all of Corki's spells. I do think in the early game, there shouldn't be too much action happening because there's not a whole lot of CC. We talked a little bit about how Giant X doesn't have the easiest time setting up fights, and it's even more so for K-Corp here. They have like a Nami bubble and a Rek'Sai knockup and a slow from Dr. Mundo. It's not a whole lot. We're kind of grasping at straws here, trying to think of how we actually start a fight. So it's really about who missteps, who is in the wrong spot at the wrong time, so that one team can collapse on them and get a kill that way.
And I think we're all thinking it. At least the 80 carry players and me, because I've heard Jack say this before. Oh, never mind. We're thinking about the fist fight that's happening in bot lane as a barrier has been traded for a heal.
This is deja vu. This was the exact same thing that happened in game 1. Heal barrier used from Noah and Jun here. And I love the fact that they're playing really aggressive.
But this time, Kalista has the extra combat zone, crucially doesn't have to cleanse, has a barrier of his own, partially because there isn't that CC. There's no Ash Arrow this time around, so isn't as afraid, and now holding on to that summoner spell advantage certainly feels good, especially as Boostio's also up a pot. But we know Nami to be this massively oppressive laning champion. She has all that healing in her kit, but the AoE from Nico and the Ezreal at least able to get these pushes forward.
And as long as you can keep that pressure up, I think you're in a decent spot as both junglers starting to move down towards this bottom side of the map. I think this time around, I was about to say, I think Yike will just end up kind of full clearing, but it's been spotted on an early ward. So Giant X aware that he's trying to get in behind them.
So playing with Colossus. Noah eating forward, has to flash the bubble. Excuse me, eating to the side rather than straight back.
I mean, ice in Kalista's veins here as he continues clicking forward, doesn't even burn the barrier. Forces Noah's flash now, and Noah's going to look to recall. Yike was so fast on his pathing that he was able to pressure bot quite a bit before the crab spawn, as Kalista needs to be careful.
Kalista's playing very cocky.
He does have the barrier.
He does have the barrier, but I'm just waiting for the flash-empowered auto from Jun.
Yeah.
And, like, he decides to back off, which I think is the right choice. Get your base while you can. But credit to KC, just the difference in summoner spell, confidence in this lane matchup, already setting up for a lot more success than we saw in game 1.
And Yike being first there made it so that KC could play really aggressively. Knew that Isma wasn't in the area. And it's going to be crab for crab, but a slight CS lead for Kalist and Noah no flash. So that's going to be a big thing that KC is looking for. Yike is going to now full clear back down to bot lane. And he still has the tempo lead on Isma. So that's a good timer for KC to try to punish the flashless Ezreal.
But what we saw in the last game was Yike almost always goes for this like reset to get the upgraded smite so you can force the crab and get that level 6. Isma punished that in the last game. He said, I don't care, I'm going to full clear and I'm going to sit in top rush and make sure that I can get a play. So I'm curious now as we start to see these sector clears, do we get something similar from Isma where he tries to use that timing window of Yike gone reset to try and fish for some sort of play?
I do think it's pretty tough though. Kind of waiting on the setup from your laners to make those Aatrox ganks work. It's just a harder angle than the Jarvan, right? Just not so linear, not so easy to set up the dives, and falling behind here doesn't feel great against a champion like Mundo who can snowball to be just such a lethal threat.
Yeah, the only reason I'm saying is because you look at like top wave starting to bounce. There's a ward already that Sign has placed in that first bush to spot if any ward does go into that. So on that push back, maybe there's a way that Isma can try and sneak in, but it is going to be a bit of a tough ride. But still, it's these kind of things that Isma has been doing good on trying to find. Okana.
Oh. 2 tower shots?
Getting pretty chunked. He's going to be able to regen though.
Just Rek'Sai things. And oh my gosh.
The problem is when you're matching full clears like this, like KC and GIANX are doing, the one that's fastest always has the advantage. As you can see, Yike is able to put down a ward in this tri-bush and just have full control here of the bot side. Tries to force Isma out. He started up this dragon though, but GIANX are the one with bot lane wave control. Yike taking some damage from the Drake. It's just going to be forced to reset that. But you can see how difficult it is for GIANX bot lane to really push their lead, as Jun is starting to run pretty damn low on mana as well.
That he is. And Noah's Flash is the one summoner spell that still has not come off cooldown, obviously much longer than the respective barriers or heals, so difficult for him to play more aggressive, fight for more space. As in the mid lane, Yehu winning out on the 1v1.
Not a whole lot for Isma to do. The thing is, Yike is now going to look to go up for that grab at bot lane.
Damage from the Jun. Flash forward, manages to get the root. Good damage from Noah, but the Q goes wide, and that's devastating. Barrier comes out now. Double bubble from Busio, managing to live. I mean, Betty said it best. He's busting, yo. There's no stopping him.
Oh my God. KC bot lane, show why they're the best in the league, but the fighting doesn't stop.
It's going from bad to worse.
KC, they might be outnumbered in the fans, but they're showing up in game. They're going to pick up 3 kills. And they are in firm control of game 2.
It's Bussin's bubbles that set up KC in the bottom lane, but it might be GIANX's bubble that just popped 3 kills early, and it is devastating for GIANX.
And it feels ruthless to say it, but you have to call it like you see it. That's an unmitigated disaster. Kana was already winning out on the 1v1, and now he has that kill, that extra influx of gold. We take a look back at this. Again, this is the topside play that we didn't get to see the start of, and it's working out well for KC.
The skill shots are just not landing. Mundo passive was not proc when Isma used 3 Qs and a W. Like, just mechanically, I think GIANX are not able to execute on their vision, on their plays, and Busio is just kind of the GOAT.
And I apologize. Betty said it. I thought it was kind of funny.
I can't say that without revealing I'm over 30. That's how this works, all right?
But he's not. And he'd also actually probably think this is kind of cringe. But the man's playing like a demon. Regardless of the words you want to use to describe it, I think he deserves that respect. And it's starting to feel like a lot of those other GX-KC matchups where bot is just a bridge too far. Game 1 was different. It was a breath of fresh air in this rivalry between bottom lanes, but Busio, it just seems like he's got them all figured out.
Yeah, he's showing up great today. On the range supports as well, showing so much versatility. We've seen him with great success on the Rakan, on the Alistar, and the Bard, but now we're seeing it on the Nami as well. Like, I didn't know Nami bubbles were scary. I thought that those are like, you throw it out, and you don't really care if it hits. Nobody expects it to hit. Then you hit both people? Are you kidding me?
Again!
Are you kidding me?
Oh, he's doing them dirty.
That's insane.
You're not supposed to land those.
He's just built different. I don't know what to tell you. And I think this is why, like, it's been such a joy to have him come across, and why so many people were excited about Busio coming across for FlyQuest. Because when he got to those internationals, people were saying, like, this isn't just like a good support from NA. This is potentially the best support in the West right now. And Busio again, finding this success in the bottom lane for KC, making things uncomfortable for GIANX, and really making NA regret their decisions not to pick him up.
Definitely fair, as Isma a call to take notes, but falls a little flat, I think, in this one as they're being zoned away. And credit to KC for making the fast play, hiding in that brush, as now we've got a tidal wave, only connecting onto one, but forces GX back, and well-timed to go along with the Mundo Smite, as now Jackie's trying to get involved, looking to make a play of his own. Busio, they get the flash, Traded for the ulti there, so perhaps they can go back to bot lane and get a kill, but KC already got the Drake.
Bro, have you seen the scary Nami? He was just 1 versus 4, pressuring all of them, forces the Jackie's ult. Yes, he has the flash in the end, but it buys KC so much time to get the Drake for free. Normally, you'd think, like, we saw him do this in the Bard game, and it's like, okay, you're playing Bard, you always have the magical journey, so you're gonna be fine. You can't do this on Nami. He's still doing it on Nami, and Giant X, they have no response.
And at a certain point, we just... The man's just built little
I mean,
Gippies.
I'm not going to, like, this guy makes me want to go home and play solo queue. Like, when I watch, like,
and
his
that
Alistair
actually
performances...
is the true
not-
tragedy of this game, is that people are going to walk away from this and decide that Nami is the champion they need to spend their time on.
Oh, that's fascinating, man. Like, please, that jump is so useless. Like, you're not gonna hit the bubble, bro. Like, come on.
Not with that attitude.
You're not that guy. Trust me, bro. You're not that guy.
You're not T1 carrier, and your team is not T1.
Or in this case, KC or Busio. Has to hit that level of respect. Of course, the game's not over yet, but a 2.4K gold lead. Again, starting to feel just like it did in the previous game, but ahead of schedule. Last game, it was the 10 to 15 minute mark where GX couldn't quite find their footing, couldn't really press their advantage. This game, a bit of a different story as Jackie's, some nice footwork, some nice damage, but not a lot to get there in that 1v1 trade.
Because obviously we've been hard focused on this bottom side with 2 kills now into Kalist, but look at the other lanes, right? Like, you got a kill on a sizable CS lead starting to open up for Kana. Same in this mid lane as well. Like, KC are actually just finding success through their mid lane, or through their lanes, where in some of these, I didn't expect them to find as much success. So I think for KC, as long as you can continue to keep these waves pushed in, start to try and play towards objectives, you're in a good spot. And even here, it looks like Yike just starting to poke his head in so he can spot out where Isma is and deny him access to those lanes.
Yeah, normally we talk about invading the jungle. You want bot push, you want mid push. Mid and bot were basically even. He walked into the jungle anyway. He knows how strong his team is.
Yeah, Mundo does go where he
literally,
pleases.
he's going where he pleases.
Like,
It certainly doesn't please Isma. Isma losing Raptors, annoyed, but at the very least he has Sundered Sky. Maybe that can be the difference in the next fight. But for KC, everything going in their favor thus far is Yehu just getting active. That's the ulti and the weirding.
And the proto belt, Chobi style. That's a decent trade, but yeah, not much more than that.
Okay, got the ghost for that one.
Worth. As Lot now opening vault. Okay, this is, I'm not going to say that this is prime time desperation, but this play needs to work from Giant X. Lot does have the TP, so he can use that up towards top of it, but he's already opening. There's no minions.
Charging in, Kalist just dives it. Now the TP coming in. Tidal Wave forcing them back, but at least they match the TPs. Now they need to get the hell out, though, and that's going to be the hard part because, again, Yike going where he pleases. Yehu isolated. Goes invisible for a moment. Keeps the exchange going forward. Flash in from Yike. Lot maybe not the ideal target, but it seems like they have enough damage to finish. Jackie's trying to fire back. And Jun's ready to turn it. Isma ready. And they just line up for the Qs to get dunked down by the Aatrox.
And that's Jun's Nico. It's the one we were talking about, the one we were excited about. And he shows up here. Oh, no, it's
no.
He's recalling on a ward.
He's been marked.
Okay, it's fine. I thought Kalist would go for that.
Just going to Arcane Shift away.
I think Kalist failed the W over the wall. That's why he didn't go. I saw the little particles now.
I mean, still, though, you called it there, Jack. Jun with a huge turnaround because Lot has no flash in this situation. So KC see him as vulnerable. They hit the slow. They're ready to follow up. Yike even investing to try and get that last little bit of a slow. But Jun with a huge play and the double CC afterwards. And they just disappear.
And that was a poorly calculated situation by KC, I think it's safe to say. Yike, I think, Flash going for the cleaver, hoping to hit Jackie's, knowing that's an important kill, but Lot just got a ton of passive value in that fight. Love coming into zombie form and seeing multiple CC targets in front of you as we now have a pause. As per usual, whether we are in Berlin, Spain, or anywhere else in the world, we'll keep you up to date as we know more. But it gives us more information to talk about what the hell happened there, because
I think it makes sense for me, because KC, they see Lot, he's like really overextended, right? He's used ultimate, he's flashed out, and it's kind of, as a team, you're kind of thinking like, what the hell are Giant X doing? You know, they tried to go for the dive, they failed it. Now we can try to run them down, but then you don't think about, okay, who's moving first? Is it Busio? Is it Jun? Where are the members actually moving? Because it was Noah and Jun that had the first move. They were able to collapse, and it's a good play for Giant X, but it's still not like, as much as we're seeing the praises, it's still KC that are in control of this game. They're staying with the gold lead.
But that's a weakness in the armor that I think is important for GX to have faith. As we're resuming shortly here, GX did initiate the pause, but it looks like we're getting right back into game. So Not much other information needed. So, if you're just joining us, KC up 1-0 in the series. Game 1 a little bit more hard fought. Game 2 outside of the play we just missed, or might see again, it's been pretty much KC from the start.
Yeah, I think it's now about, okay, what can we transition this into as Giant X to get a little bit more gold? Oh, hang on.
Flushing forward. Tidal Wave going in, trying to look for Jun. They know he has no ulti, so I guess they think that's their window of opportunity. But they get the flash from Noah.
Because I was about to say Dragon is up in a couple of seconds, so that was where I was like, okay, Giant X, you reset, you got an item completion on both Isma and Jackie's, maybe you can try and play in towards something, but KC just full send on bot lane.
I think Kalist just got a bit pissed off from the pause. You know, like he wants to play, he's ready, he wants to put down the aggression on Noah and Jun here, show his superiority as the best bot lane in the league. And I can confidently say I think Busio's the best support in the league. For me, the only question mark is if Kalist is better than the likes of Hansama and Supa. Oh, as now,
well, right now he needs to be better than
behind.
Noah, as we've got a TP coming in from behind. Isma speeding through with the World Ender. Heals from Busio to get the movement speed. Ulti going in. This time the play looks like it's working out as Isma's potentially there to fall, but the bubble is not enough. But Kalist is alive! But Corki lives. GX have burned everything that they've got to try to keep this fight going. Can they make it out unscathed? Jun ready to try and find the disengage. Locked, still living. Yike in trouble with the healing. Gonna come in. He finally pops the ultimate. So many flicking health bars. Yike getting one. They want to find the follow-up as Yehu set to take over. Reset on the W. Going back in. Aurora alongside the Nami. Ready to start taking heads.
What are these bubbles, bro? He's hitting bubble after bubble after bubble. Busio, I don't understand. How are you doing so much in these team fights?
It's Battle Nami, baby! This man is doing wonders. And the fact that Kalist doesn't fall is insane. Because everyone on Giant X is here. He holds onto the Valkyrie for the last second, still gets hit. But Jackie's with the flick back actually gets interrupted by the Sion Q, which means Kalist gets to walk away. And from this position, KC can collapse.
Okay, so Busio hits a 2-man bubble. He's about to hit another bubble. Let's see, bubble, bubble, bubble. It's another 2-map bubble, and then that takes Isma down with an auto attack and Yike red buff, and then hits another bubble onto Jun. It's just like, when are you seeing a Nami hit 2-man bubbles in a team fight, and then a third bubble at the end? Like, I don't understand. This is not the champion.
So actually, there is no Busio on that screen because he's actually just a robot. He's done all the calculations. We've replaced him.
That's the only convincing pitch for AI I've heard this entire year, Rob. But if this is what it brings us, safe to understand. Busio on a tear. 1-0-6. Not quite 100% kill participation, but involved just about everything else. GX now starting up the Herald. They've got first access here. Yike level 11 looking scary. Has the XP advantage. But GX, more members committed in the meantime. Yehu in the bottom lane, already pushing, already looking to lock up those plates. You got Kana hovering in top lane, debating if they want to play for some exit kills here, but KC, I think, after the last skirmish where they overplayed their hand, they're willing to take a step back because they know how far ahead they are.
Yeah, Yeo with no TP there is going to be happy just getting that bot tower. So it's going to be, I think, a gold trade up for KC, but we'll have to see how Giant X can use this Rift Herald in their advantage. That's the one tool that they now have over KC, but Kalist is just taking the mid tower.
At least there's no Bard this game, so hopefully it'll go a little bit better for them. But yeah, I think at this stage for Giant X, it's hope that you can try and find some sort of pick plays. Like, I like the idea of what they went for on the bottom side. Try and use Jackie's ultimate. Now you've got the Rift Tower to add a little bit more oomph to it. And we're all collapsing a mid, but I don't know if the Waves are in a position where they can really bring multiple members to that mid lane.
And I think this game is so tricky for the side of GX because you would love for Noah to hit these priority targets. You can see how vulnerable they are, but the front line is just always going to be in front of him, blocking those Mystic shots. It's really going to be so hard for him to land any meaningful damage on those key carries, especially when individually everyone's behind their respective man. 1.7k gold lead for Kalist. You cannot go toe-to-toe with him no matter how many Qs you're hitting. And the same is true for Yehu, who has access to that ulti, has access to that TP, and gets super active on the map.
Yike is going where he pleases right now. TP behind from Kana.
Isma not too pleased.
Yehu actually.
Isma's just trying to catch out Busio, but Busio's clean on the move. It's just not going to happen. Looking for the Sundered Sky proc, taking their sweet time, giving the kill over to Yehu, and
so difficult for Isma to play. He has no moving lanes. He loses the 1v1 at this point. And Yike is just so fast with the Swifty boots, with the Dead Man's Blade, that he can go wherever he wants. And it's an uphill battle for Giant X now. They need to find like a 3-4-man Jun ultimate. I don't know, I'm like grasping at straws here, trying to think how they can make this comeback happen. KC are looking really dominant here.
Maybe if they hit those perfect ultis on, again, crucially, the backline. Yehu, Kalist, Busio. If you can connect that CC on the backline and have enough damage to finish them this time, because remember, they did have one good play where the setup was there, they just couldn't get all the damage they needed.
And it's so hard to do that. Like, Kana, Yike just gets to stand in the way, Busio throws out the ultimate, and it's kind of like Lot sending himself in and hoping that something happens at the end of the day. Because even if you get on to the back line, like, say Jackie's gets a good wall, you've still got, like, Valkyrie, Yehu still has the ability to get over the wall as well. The tools that GIANT have to lock down KC are still really difficult to make work in these fights.
Yeah, and then as well, it's like a lot of the time you want to rely on someone like the front line to make a mistake, but Yike and Kana can both go so deep due to the fact that they are ahead. I mean, Yike now have 2k gold, up a full item on Isma. So difficult. As now Hextech Dragon spawning in 1 minute. It's going to be a fight that GIANT desperately need to take.
And that's so disgusting. You're a team that's already ahead that we said, hey, you know, kind of struggles to start fights. Well, if you just have some poke and a Hextech Soul that slows them down, it makes it much easier to try and find these engages.
I agree, Yoshi. Let's go Dagda.
Let's go Dagda.
Shout outs to him. He's the real hero of this game. Forget about Busio. It's all about Dagda. Robot sent from the future to analyze.
Oh, the Dagatron?
No, it said let's go Dagda. Okay. There's a little bit of a side tangent here. This is a tough one, right? We look at itemization completions, and the only, like, guys, the cloud is big and the silver lining is very thin. Oh my God. Just be glad, if you're a GX fan, that the tier wasn't fully stacked yet, or very likely Noah dies there, as Kana could be in trouble. Nice interrupt on the initial tunnel, looking for the side lane pick, and it looks like everything is going well. Nice for GX. They might lose out on the objective, but they're at least going to get the side lane, the objective bounty, and a little bit more gold in their pocket.
Very clean execution by GIANT to pick up the kill. It is still, though, KC getting plates on mid, but a slight, what would you say, like, they put a bandage on the wound?
Yeah, they relieve the pressure, right? A little bit.
And it will help at least this a bit, getting some of that goal back. KC couldn't really get tower. I mean, it's difficult to take towers in one fell swoop at this stage, so it does mean, though, KC first to this dragon.
Yeah, Kana is still dead for 10 seconds. He does have the TP, but Kalist is really far forward here. I think GIANT, they really want to try to fight before Kana spawns. Yehu might be in trouble.
Mark on Yehu. He's walking away. Jackie's also fishing for the pick on the side. Yehu just staying at the edge of that decimating smash as KC starts to collapse. The dragon only slightly started. Yike debating where he wants to go. His lot is getting chunked out.
KC are spacing them so well here, making GIANT life miserable, and they're just going to drop the Drake.
I mean, Jun has no ulti. They used it in the previous fight, right? All that AoE, we talked about that dream scenario. They used it to get a pick on side lane. That's good, but they needed it. They're not far enough ahead to play a fight without those key ultimates.
So KC have to take the objective, third dragon now. Even as Kana TP back in as well, they were just able to kind of fish with Kana to force Noah away. It's difficult here again, and GIANT, like, you can see the windows that they're trying to play through. You can see these moments where they think, okay, maybe we can make this work. But it is so difficult against a team like KC. They have so few weaknesses. They push games to the very limit, even if it doesn't go their way from the get-go. And GIANT just feel like they can't figure out how to take them down.
And you can see how hard a game is to play when you summon a Herald like this. You can't even get pushed on side. They tried to all move 5-man, but they quickly gave up. And they weren't even able to crash the Herald. KC now, the only choice is, do we want to start the Nash? Do we want to wait for Soul? Soul is the easy, safe way, but they're feeling a little bit more brave. They could look to start the Nash and try to end the game even faster.
I think the safest route is, can you fish for these cooldowns? Can you use your vision setup to maybe get an ulti out of Jun? Maybe get some of these more powerful utility tools out of the equation? Because I think there is that looming threat of GX landing the perfect combo. And they struggled a lot in the last game to do it, but there's a lot less effective tools against them this time around. The tidal wave is the really big one that they have to pay respect to, but you can still see if Jun finds the creative angle, if Kalist forgets to count the minions, there's a hope, there's a dream. It does feel like a little bit of a wish and a miracle needed for the side of GX in this one, but there's at least an angle.
I mean, if GIANT can find those picks, though, this game becomes significantly easier for them to play. Talia can get pushed on side, you get that tempo where she can now use the ultimate to try and look for plays on mid or elsewhere on the map, but there is standing gold there for GIANT as well, with mid and bot tower still available. But you have to try and find that pick, because especially in 3 minutes, you're going to be fighting against a potential soul for KC with 3 items, I imagine, starting to come through for most of their guys.
Because right now the discrepancy is like half an item, right? So it's not the end of the world. Is it hard to fight? Yes, most certainly, especially in the support position. You have Imperial Mandate, you have Mikhails. That's going to be a tough thing to manage. But if you go to the next, if you wait for Drake, when there's a 3rd item there for Kalist, likely a 3rd item for Yehu as well, it's really hard to imagine that perfect scenario coming together.
Yeah, and KC have full control of the Nash. Jackie's was able to push out a side lane, but it's just so hard to take down Yike. You can see how far up he's playing, even though Busio and Kalist is quite far behind. It doesn't really matter. Because, I mean, they just don't have the damage to take down Yike. Giants want to try to contest the crab, though. They're trying to enter in slowly. But it's just a free pick for Yike, so... The clock is ticking.
Yeah, he's so close to 16. As soon as that ends up ticking over,
I mean, versus the level almost 13 of Isma. I mean, nice to hit 13 on Aatrox.
It's also just how strong Mundo is at 16, right? Like, the ultimate that you get is just insane.
Yeah, it's... Again, and another game where we see GX, in theory, having the tools, but KC just executing so much better.
Yeah, and for me, the hard part is, whenever I want to, like, the silver linings for Giants,
sure.
You know? I would want to criticize their draft, talk about how could they change the draft, because that's always an easy thing to change, right?
Sure.
But I liked their drafts in both games. I thought they had winning drafts in both games. So it's so hard for me to see, like, other than Noah and Jun and Isma having a hero performance, KC are just better.
And it's a harsh thing, right? We always want to talk about it, like, how can they do it? But when we talk about drafts, when we talk about teams that aren't favored in matchups, we often say simplified. GX simplified. It wasn't enough to make up for the difference.
Orange Jarvan.
We had Orange Jarvan. It's the most straightforward.
Orange Jarvan Orianna. It's like, that's what people write about the Gold Cup.
Right,
yeah.
It's and KC dismantled it. And GX, again, going with, I think, a more simple, although maybe there's a bit more, you know, it's a bit more complicated than game 2, but another favorable draft that feels like it has better tools for execution. But KC have just been that much better, that it doesn't matter. They've been getting value out of this Nami that we did not expect to see, especially against Nico. This is a champ that has kind of runs our league a lot of the time, as we see Kalist unafraid to go in, but he might have wanted to be afraid to flash away. The Mikhails means at least they get the disengage. But now it's Isma, who's maybe overstayed. A quick Umbral dash over the wall means he'll be fine. KC ready for a fight. GX maybe taking on a little too much.
Giant X used 2 big ultimates, though, right before this soul. That was the play. The hope for Giant X. Now Yike stepping forward.
Yehu going for a bit more poke.
Giant X now, they're zoned out. They're already channeling the recalls. It's 10 minutes to the
another
break.
knockup. Flick back on Kalist. Caught again. This time he doesn't have the access to the Mikhails. The Ignite taking the flash in from Isma. KC now looking to bring it back. Isma not able to find the knockup as the ulti comes in from Kana to take down the enemy jungler. Yehu on the backside wants to finish off Jackie's. KC maybe getting a bit overeager as Lot still remains a stalwart frontliner. Noah trying to find the angles with the Qs. They're finally connecting, but the damage just isn't there. Down goes Lot, and KC take the exchange.
Giant X needed to force. They needed to make sure that they finished off KC here because Isma went down. And with no jungler, KC will pick up the soul.
And Kalist got caught. It looked like it was a chance for Giant X to make it back in the game, but they had to use so many tools to try to get him.
He got caught twice.
He got caught
it wasn't
twice.
enough. This is the second time.
I mean, I don't think it could get better for Giant X the way this fight starts off. But even then, Isma just isn't tanky enough without that World Ender ultimate. And then they can just run down Giant X. Noah doesn't have the damage. A really nice flash from Yehu to get Jackie's down. And even though Noah is landing the Qs, he's not getting through this Mundo. He's not getting through the Rek'Sai. And it's soul for KC, and the game that already looked dire is now Jun without the flash. He tried to have that miracle engage.
And we already saw how hard it is for Isma to play against this team with the movement speed steroid from the Nami, with the Mundo who doesn't care about that CC, and now they have Hex Tech Soul. You're never going to outspace them. You're never going to outmaneuver them. You need KC to make mistakes if you want to land any abilities. And KC thus far, they might have misstepped once or twice, but never enough to shake their hold on this game. And you can see it sucks to be Noah because he has to build healing reduction, but he also really needs Giant Slayer. He needs like 5 different items before he's really going to be able to do anything against this KC team.
I mean, you just took out 2.5K of that 5K gold lead in that last fight, and you still couldn't carry. And I think that's where, unfortunately for Giant X, they just don't have enough in the tank. And Jack, I think you said it perfectly, like, Noah can hit as many Qs as he wants, but there just isn't enough to get through this front line. KC now just too far ahead. And it feels like they can start Baron at any time. But Giant X are going to try and play off that and look for a play on boss.
Ulti into bot lane. Yehu unstoppable. Dashing back over the wall can go unstoppable again with the weirding to get away from the flick back. Taking his time on this one. So far the dive not going well. His lot looks like he's probably going to drop. They will be able to make the dive work at the cost of the Baron. But GX at least grabbed that one kill, and now it's Busio clearing mid-wave while his team takes the Baron just to make sure they don't lose another tower.
I like this from Giant X, so they know that they're probably going to have to drop the Nash no matter what. If they let Yehu just push out bot, they would get full control of the Nash, and Casey would get it regardless. So Giant X, they strike back with a proactive play. They're going to get plates in mid lane, going to get the bot tower, and now the question is just, can we stem the bleeding from this Nasher? Can we protect the inhibitors? Because if they can, then the game can go to Elder, and we all know anything can happen at Elder.
Praying on the 50-50s. But praying against Yike on the 50-50s is a really bad deal. So again, we see the vision. There is a path forward to victory, but for GX, they need Casey to misstep to get over eager. And it's just such a hard thing to ask for in this moment.
And it looks like what Giant X are trying to do is just get this rabbit on death tap on towards Jack. He's very, very close to it. And even giving that gold on the bottom side to him. But for Giant X, it still feels like a hope and a prayer. They have to try and survive for another 2 minutes on this Baron onslaught. And then afterwards still find that success at the Elder Dragon.
Very likely in a map state where they will have no vision over that crucial objective. Just because of the timing of the Baron, Casey maybe want to reset and grab more wards after this Baron push, but if they choose not to, it'll be GX fighting through enemy territory every single step of the way. Flick from Jack, he's trying to shove the wave or clear out as much as he can before anyone with Casey and the Baron buff gets there. Nice thing about the seismic shove, you know, again, silver linings is you can at least throw the cannon minion back into your tower.
I mean, it's pretty good wave clear from Giant X with the Astral and the Talia. So if they can try to delay this tier 2 take as much as possible and try to not lose that inhibitor, that's really their goal here.
Yike is happy to just tank this up because Corki was pushing mid. Kaliss doing some damage. There goes the tier 2 as Giant X try and hold on to both that bot and mid wave. But you can already see the turrets starting to, or turret plates in that mid lane starting to fall.
Really good pressure by Yike to get that tier 2, and now Kaliss is just hitting that mid tower. They're taking these towers so damn fast.
Kaliss not opting for any armor pen does mean that Lot is a more effective frontliner than you'd expect this kind of difference in the game. But it does also mean that Jun, Isma, Noah are that much more vulnerable to the sheer amount of damage support you can do against unarmored targets.
Casey have done a really good job of staying out of the extra turret plate armor range though, which is just allowing this cannon minion to do so much work on the mid wave. And now KC looking to take it finally.
Tower broken open, 30 seconds left. One more wave to play around. Will at least be a single inhibitor, guaranteeing that pressure point for KC before this big objective. I think KC would love to get bot lane, but at the very least get some crucial spells from the side of GX just to cement their advantage at the coming Elder fight. Look, GX misstep, the game could very well end here. They need to answer this mid wave. Kaliss constantly being sped up by the Tidecaller's blessing. The ebb and flow as well, just to keep him sustained. Yike. They're doing some chunks. That's the ulti from Lot. Not going to have much effect as he just tries to zone them away from the waves. One last desperate hold for GX. Casey don't even need to risk anything around that Elder. Jun going in, looking for the knockup again. Finds Kaliss. The follow-up isn't there. A flick from McHale's to stop the root from coming through. The flick back does not connect. And KC are demolishing GX in the final fight, putting that gold advantage to work. Jackies can do nothing but watch as the Mundo does again go wherever he damn well pleases. GX getting taken down as KC take their sweet time, moving on to match point in an incredibly one-sided game two. They want to dive the fountain. They want to show a force.
It was slow. It was inevitable. KC continue their steps forward, one game away from facing off against MCoy.
That felt surgical. And the fact that after the team fights, I was screaming about Nami? Like, I don't know, Busio is just delivering an insane performance in this series.
That he is. I mean, it's been incredible from this thus far. We thought with the Bard gone, maybe the Alistair, but no, it was the Nami where he was able to showcase what he was all about. Some truly impressive stuff overall, and we'll see what the adaptation is for GX going into Game 3. It's hard to find those silver linings, to find those angles for hope, but it's GX who, with their backs against the wall, are going to need to dig deep as the AD is ready to break down that Game 2.
Everything blue in the arena, we know it from the intro, but so far it's a French blue. No opportunities given from the side of KC. I don't feel like GX can find solution. Was expected though.
Absolutely, but I wasn't expecting it to be this one-sided. Yeah. Like, what a slaughter. I mean, there's so many things to highlight, but it felt like that the game got out of GX's control so quickly. The fact that they came in with, again, I think a pretty straightforward plan, but then they couldn't quite execute upon it, seems to be the trend and story of this series.
I mean, I definitely agree with you. I feel like Game 1, we saw Isma come in, very good preparation, very good early game set plays that they executed well on. Game 2, I think they tried to do the same thing, but as you say, the execution just faltered completely. In that bot lane 2v2, in those topside rivers, it felt like 6 minutes into the game. If this was a scrim, it's a remake and cancel.
So here's the thing. The adaptations that I thought that would come in was, I thought they would be a little bit less proactive in the critical moments, but here they still, I mean, this is just a straight-up outplay, right? Because the bubble is absolutely insane. I don't expect Nami to do these things, but at the same time, GX, Isma slowed down in the early game because I felt like he needed to keep finding these plays. But at the same time, as we moved on through the game, it was the same issues that plagued them in Game 1. There was just so much over-eagerness, and they wanted to pull the trigger and find so many fights when in reality they just needed to chill a little bit.
And I mean, there was basically one fight that was just, I mean, it broke the whole game. Yeah. And I mean, I just want to run through it real quick just to like remind the audience of what happened, because the fight itself, like, it felt like there were so many opportunities, but that they could have actually gotten out of this situation as well.
Yeah, okay, so look at this fight. I'm just gonna do it now, honestly. Okay, look at this fight, look how hard he's diving. They're committing so deep in this. They're just committing, they're gonna do this dive right now, and it feels like they committed to that call so early that they just didn't really know when to stop. It's like this sunk cost fallacy that they're like, we're just gonna go in so deep, and no matter how many cues there were for them to back off, they were like, okay, but we can still salvage it, right? We can still fight, but it was just a beautiful cleanup here from Kiehu and some beautiful bubbles here from Buzio.
But it, like, you described it well, Finn, but I feel like that you could illustrate it even better.
You want me to draw
like,
it for
I feel like you could actually show me how many times. I mean, yeah, go. Okay, just show me, like, because I feel like that there were multiple opportunities within that fight. Oh, you. He's actually prepared.
No way.
He's prepared a whiteboard for us, and he's actually. Oh, you've even got.
He's gonna play by play.
Do you need a pen?
I've got a present. Oh, you have a PPAP for me?
I have a pen.
Thank you so much. Can you say this? Can you see this chat? Okay, yeah. Look at this beautiful execution. I was drawing Estral here. This is Estral, he's a cute little boy. And we also have Nico here. Hello, I'm Nico. So, the moment you commit for this dive, you are so sure that you're gonna make this dive. And I feel like there was a lot of warning signs.
Now, look at me, look at the camera, Ben.
Let me tell you about the first warning sign, okay? Mr. Camera. Look here, your Sion is going super deep. Meanwhile, your Aatrox is about like to follow up because he's like, oh my god, my Sion is going deep, I'm gonna fight. Bussin Yo finds crucial bubbles here on Aatrox. He's completely stunlocked here. Now this is your first moment.
Okay.
This is the moment where you have to realize, okay, I'm a Sion, I'm diving this tower, but I do not have my damage follow-up. Who's gonna follow up and kill this little Corki here in his airplane? If you see I drew Corki there, he's very cute. Meanwhile, the Mundo is completely destroying the tally here on the side. There's a lot of warning signs already. Estral, Nico, too far away to follow up. But there was another moment.
There was another moment.
There was another moment. Because of course there was another moment. And I'm gonna tell you all about it. Now let's remove these beautiful pictures. I'm gonna keep Bussin' Yo because he was so good at killing this Nami. So there's another moment here where Nico is here. This is Nico. I'm gonna maybe reduce my artistic quality a little bit.
I think you should. Yeah, I think you should.
So there's a lot of people here. A lot of people, wow, 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 boom, 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 boom. And Nico decides that the fight is over. She thinks it's over. And she decides to recommit on this engage.
Recommit.
She re-engages with a massive circle here and goes in. Now what happens? Her people can't follow because Bussin' Yo has moved down onto the side flank here and once again finds a super crucial bubble that just nullifies this entire Nico re-engage. You see the circle? That's a Nico ult. I need you to imagine vividly that this is a Nico ult.
Oba!
Look, this one, maybe the artistic quality was not quite there as much. You're gonna have to take that up with my producer.
It's fine.
Okay, so Odo, what was the takeaway here as we...
Okay, so the main takeaway is this, is the situation sucked, obviously, right? So you get to a position where you're like, oh, okay, maybe we overcooked a little bit, right? We overdove, we're about to get wiped, but then KC does the funny thing where like, oh, maybe, oh no, I'm getting caught, maybe I'm stepping up a little bit, and GX is like, we invested so much into this, we really need to get a little bit of return of our investment, and then they're like, just being a little bit over-eager again, which has been the theme of this whole series for GX, is like, surely we can do this. Surely just a little bit, and we won't end up getting wiped, right? And the problem is that they just overextended just so damn much in that play.
Okay, so what I'm hearing or seeing, thank you, Finn, is that game 1, execution, not good. Game 2, execution, no bueno either. So what are we looking at here? Because they have their back against the wall. It's now or never for GX.
GX is standing with their back towards a giant chasm. One step backwards and you fall down and you don't get one more shot. But the story would be so beautiful if you find the reverse sweep. I think they need to go back to the basics.
Yeah.
What hurt game 1? Isma, early games, Noah, and June. And, and it starts in the draft.
And you know what they need to remember with their back against the chassis? What did Kyoto say to pressure?
Not today.
No, he said, he literally said, no. They really need to rock up into this game and really change the way they see pressure, because now you're down 0-2. You tried really hard to tame that pressure. Nothing worked. You just grieved and threw it, especially in that game 2, so hard. So really in this game 3, I don't really care about that. I don't care about anything they do. They just really need to take that pressure and change the relationship with it. Just embrace it or leave it behind and play some normal League of Legends.
You know what? They finally agree on something. You know what? Let's send Odo yelling at them.
That's a lot of pressure.
And let's send Finn on the whiteboard. I think that's the solution here for GX. Looking at coming back here in game 3. Last game for them maybe in this best of 5. We're going to take a break here, but as we go, Circuit Tormenta is coming back. It's an organized play circuit where some of the Spanish key players from the LEC have trained and found their footing in the competitive scene. The doors are open to join and start the journey. The circuit is coming back this March 4 for any Spanish team who aspires to progress, train, and show what they're capable on onto the Rift and in the LoL esports world. That's all for us here for now. We'll be back for game 3, and yeah, I'll see what we can do with these two.
Las leyendas no empiezan siendo leyendas. Empiezan en casa, en un circuito donde nadie te conoce. Pero todos quieren demostrar quiénes son. Los que hoy están en lo más alto, hace nada estaban ahí sentados. El camino a la cima no ha cambiado. Solo que ahora las puertas vuelven a abrirse. Vuelve el lugar donde empieza todo. Vuelve Circuito Tormenta.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm the crushing.
Whoops.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. you'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Good damage from Noah, but the Q goes wide, and that's devastating. Barrier comes out now.
Oh
Double bubble from Busio, managing to live. I mean, Benny said it best. He's busting, yo. Lot maybe not the ideal target, but it seems like they have enough damage to finish. Jackie's trying to fire back. And June's ready to turn it. Is ready, and they just line up for the kills.
나이샤! 나이샤! 야, 펜다, 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 펜다. 아, 펜다, 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 펜다. Hey, come on, 문도. 펜다. What do you want? 아, 펜타 하라고.
And welcome back to beautiful Barcelona, as it's not such a beautiful day for the side of GX. They're 0-2 down in this series. And I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of grasping at straws happening. We're trying to imagine the way that GX can come back, and I'm frankly just hoping that we see a hell of a draft in Game 3 to spark some hope for a team that has been, thus far, pretty outclassed.
Yeah, it feels like you need kind of a miracle in drafts, because at the moment, like we've kind of been discussing it, it feels like Giant X have had good drafts. They have clear ways to win the game, but unfortunately KC have just outplayed them time after time. So with this, it needs to be a major draft miracle, it feels
Flip the script on its head. The worst draft we've ever seen. That's the key to success.
I think they need to change up the formula. We've seen Lot now on tanks twice, and he hasn't had a good performance. He hasn't had the engages that needed to happen. He hasn't bought the space for his team. Even when the enemy team didn't have great tank killing tools, he's still been going down too fast in fights. I want to see him on something that has more laning agency. Yes, it's a huge risk. You're going up against Kana, don't get me wrong. But if you're going to win, put Isma on the engage and put Lot on a strong top laner.
I mean, the immediate Zaya Rakan there taken just to nullify already the Vi on the opposite side. So we'll have to see how this one's going to try and continue through, because if you look across at like some other region like the LPL, we're starting to see more like Maokai and stuff coming through to try and answer for the Vi, and especially with the Aphelios hovered at the moment, could be an answer into what they're already picking.
And with 7 effective AD carry bans, I like that KC are prioritizing their bot lane so early, especially because their bot lane has been the source of so much success. You also, as you already highlighted, Rob, have the advantage of locking the Xayah with her ult against the Vi, and something that can really provide that threat onto Noah in these fights.
Oh my god, are we getting a Aphelios Thresh here, maybe? I mean, I like Aphelios a lot into the Xayah, but the Thresh is... I mean, to be honest, if you're going to try to carry from bot, Aphelios Thresh is a classic. Like, it's a good matchup into Rakan. Thresh can always cancel the Rakan W, has that Lantern for Aphelios if Rakan ever wants to go on him, and you have the hook as well to set up the Vi. And now you have the Vi ult into the hook. There's a lot of synergies here, but it's a hard comp to execute, but maybe that's what GIANT needed.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe they were taking it too easy. It wasn't stimulating enough. You know, they're getting distracted. Now they've got a hard comp to play, maybe that'll be enough. They're up against Ye, who's Ahri, right, who's also going to try to dismantle this Aphelios. Maybe the Lantern is good. And Rob, thank God Jack is between us to really illustrate the separation and opinions on Thresh here. Because you love him,
I love Thresh.
I hate him. But I think we can agree, when you're winning, when you're ahead on Thresh, this feels like one of the most broken champions in the game. But when you fall behind and you're just a Lantern bot, oh man, it could be so hard to play the game.
Yeah, it does feel though like, again, if you have these kind of, like, I'm calling out Maokai, I just think he's good into this at the moment, is like, you're not particularly tanky on Thresh compared to a lot of those other tank engaged supports. So if you're in this position where you kind of have to block some of the Maokai ultimate damage coming through, I think that's where you're really going to struggle. At least you do have the Lantern again for repositioning the Aphelios, but also the Vi if she ends up overextending in some of these fights. So I think you've got tools here as GIANT, but I will have to see how KC are going to play it, because Ahri, very mobile. Xayah already able to shut down the engage from this Vi. This Vi doesn't seem like it's going to get an awful lot of wow factor in this game.
Definitely need to get creative here as GIANT. I think KC in the jungle role, they're looking for just a strong bruiser. You already have that set up from the Rakan, from the Ahri. So you can go a little bit more of a selfish pick for Yike, try to shut down that Vi in the early game.
And one thing I'm keeping my eye on is this Wukong ban, right? Jungle Pool is heavily limited, but it makes me wonder if Jackie's is considering more physical damage in this composition, or maybe Lot as well is, right? Because right now they're all physical. Wukong feels so good against a comp like this, but what is the option now for KC on pick 4? Of course, they also have the luxury of last pick, counter pick if they want to save it for Kana, and I certainly think it would make a lot of sense.
Oh, and Yike going for the Nefiri. Wow, a statement pick from him. As we highlighted, he has the setup from his teammates. He can go for more of a selfish pick. And I will see what Jackie's and Lot wants to go in the solo lane department here. Galio hovered up. Could be a flex, probably going towards the mid lane. Just tries to receive some of this engage from KC and peel for Noah, and he's the hyper carry in this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's very difficult for the Galio to, for the Ahri to push the Galio out. But GIANT want a second to reconsider, so instead just gonna take the Gnar 4 loss, try and nullify Kana in that top lane matchup. Oh. I prefer the Galio over the Twisted Fate personally, but they looks like they just want to try and play through sides.
And we really only have one game of footage on this TF for us in the LEC.
It did not look good.
It was humanoid. It looked awful.
They do have damage in the bottom lane, though, which does help.
Damage, yes, they do. It is not a Seraphine Brawl in the bottom lane. So this could be a bit of a different game, and instead, we're going to see the Karma locked in. All right, this is a little bit of spice here. Another mid lane champion with a ton of utility to help the scaling of the Aphelios. Pretty impressive in the early game.
I do like the Gnar lock-in. It's quite audacious by Lot here. We'll see what Kana counterpicks with. I think it's going to be an aggressive champion that tries to shut down Gnar's weak early game. The Karma is very interesting as well, as it provides a different type of scaling for GIANT, and it's going to be the Kennen for Kana here.
It's the full furry comp. They've committed.
You're right.
Furry comp, here we go, KC. They like the Ionia.
That's the one thing you were looking at.
The animals. This is the things you have to be ready for as a play-by-play. You have to be ready for the moment when all the comps synergize.
I think that's just you, bro.
This is like my head went anti-dive.
Yeah,
that was where mine went.
Okay. Sorry, I play a lot of TFT and I got to figure out how the champions go together.
Yeah, I don't think there's a furry synergy at TFT, bro.
There basically is. Okay, maybe we should get back on track, guys. This is a serious product, a serious cast. Okay.
Well, fair enough. I mean, I like what GIANT has cooked up once again. I do think, though, that KC, they have a lot of aggression in this top side. Yike is going to clear a lot faster than Isma. He's going to be winning the 1v1. Yahoo has a ton of setup to set up for Yike's ganks as well. And then Kana is really going to be stomping Lot in this early game. So really on Giant X here to try to weather the storm in the early game. Let Noah and Jun do the heavy lifting. And then when Noah gets those items, he has the Karma Shields, he has the Lantern, he has so much to support him for success.
And one thing I will say that I really love about this matchup is you can tell that Zeph and Kyoto are close because every time they leave stage, they're animatedly talking about what has happened in draft. Every other coach we see leave the stage, it's a fist bump into like silent walk away. So clearly whatever happens here in the game, the vibes remain good between the two teams. But I think for GX, really wanting to see them bring it back in this game. We said it's all about Noah and Jun. GX have drafted in a way that would indicate that they agree. Aphelios for Noah has to be that big late game threat.
And for me, a lot of this series was Giant X trying to prove that there isn't that big of a gap between themselves and the top three. You know, the KCs, the MKOIs, the G2s. But unfortunately, thus far in this series, it has shown that KC just feels a bit more out of their reach. With this draft, though, I mean, Jack, you already said it. Everything on the bottom lane. Everything into, can we get Noah into a position where he can hard carry this game? And for KC now, the test is trying to shut that down.
I do think if Giant X get to scale this game and Karma stays alive in the team fights, she can really do a lot of peeling here and shut down this Kennen in the team fights. Good trade from Noah and Jun here.
Also no exhaust for the Kennen later on either.
Yeah, I thought the thing, it's kind of weird. Jackie's has been going Spellbook all the time on all kinds of weird champions. And I thought this game, for sure, if you go Spellbook, you get access to the exhaust, and whatever keystone you go on Karma is not that big of a deal. But he goes for the comment, and there's no exhaust on Jun either, while Busio elected to go for the exhaust and the unsealed Spellbook. I think I would have liked to see Jun go for the exhaust, especially since it's not just useful against Kana, but also nice against Yike. And we'll see if it costs them in the later stages.
And maybe you're in a situation where, as the Karma, you can get the Mantra E, the Defiance to shield a lot of that upfront magic damage, but still, the exhaust feels like the one-size-fits-all solution to Kennen as a champion. So often the reason we see him fall out of favor in the meta, right, is it's just so easy to shut him down. His big moment is incredibly telegraphed.
Yeah, even to the point where I saw Finn and Odo chatting backstage at one stage when the TP was now unnecessary about taking cleanse on Kennen just to try and get rid of the exhaust. Like some of the things you might be able to do in this new season. And you can see Kana has opted in towards the Ignite, wants to play very aggressive in this lane because Gnar hates champions that can outrange him, especially in that mini-Gnar form. And that's exactly what this Kennen can do.
Yeah, and oftentimes the reason why we see Gnar as a counter pick and not a blind pick is because he's very vulnerable in mini Gnar early. People feel like he's a ranged champion. It's kind of fake against any other ranged champion in the game. He's so low range early on. Against melee champions, it still feels good, it still feels lethal, but as we're seeing here, Kana can really do whatever he wants. The gold is close, but it's Kana who's dictating the pace of the lane.
And oftentimes when we see this matchup in the later portion of the game as well, it's about Lot looking for an ultimate into a wall where Kana responds with the ult and you kind of have this even trade. With the Ignite, suddenly that becomes less of an option, so Lot kind of ends up on the losing side even further. So it is going to be difficult for Lot as this goes on.
And we're seeing the priorities of both junglers here as Yike decides to full clear for top, get that top grab. And Isma does the opposite. Very clear strong side and weak side here for both lineups. As Yike is looking to stick around on top, but Lot is so... Are they diving this? Wow, they're going to look for the dive on Lot. They have the stun on Kana.
Pretty far away from Mega. Okay, they dash in. Yike hits the daggers, immediately drops Tower Aggro, which I think makes sense, but GX bot lane is getting aggressive. They just swapped over to the Graviton. They're able to get some poke back onto Kalist, but not nearly enough to finish any kind of kill there.
They didn't burn Jun's flash though, and that's really nice from KC as they were like the weak side in this scenario. Isma goes up towards the top side, but there's nothing to find here.
And he gets spotted, which is really big.
Yeah, gets spotted, and Kana has the ward as well. He's going to be forced to just full clear back to bot. Kalista is low, but Yike is running here. Oh, Jun missed the flay. If he had gotten that, could have been a good trade with Noah having that blue-purple. Now they need to be careful though, Yike is coming.
Burnham clearing the wave quickly. Jun gonna try and play Lantern here and exhaust down. They get that, they're able to move backwards, but now Busio set up for the double knockup as Yike is starting to chase. Yike with a flash available. Jun, reminder, has none, and it's Noah now looking for the roof, but he gets first blood! A game of inches, but it's Noah who gets the extra gold.
Noah gets an extra mile out of that one, getting the kill, managing to give his life for the cause. Would have gone down anyway. but Busio ends up falling on the back of it.
Really good pressure from Giant X bot lane. Jun sticks around as well, makes sure Kalist can't push that wave. So it's going to be not even many minions lost for Noah. Kalist didn't get...
Kana, Ignite available. Doesn't want to push.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't use the Ignite there and look for that kill angle. Decides to just force Lot to base. Lot still has the TP, so it's not game over for him. As Isma now, this game is starting to pick up the pace. Isma secures the Raptors.
Fighting with Busio as he tries to protect his jungler's camp, but good for Isma that he's able to get that back. Noah, first back BF sword feels great, not just for Noah, but for Jack here, who would be immediately upset if he saw a Collector come through.
I would be very upset. I love the Storm Racer. Provides a ton of mobility this game, makes it a lot easier for Aphelios to play. Isma trying to secure the Raptors. He can smite them away. Gets them from Yike. So he gets 2 Raptors. Overall, a nice feeling here for Isma. That's the punish of Yike's bot lane gank. As now Noah and Jun getting back control of this bot lane. A much better buy for Noah. He has the BF sword into the Berserker Greaves, so he's going to be much stronger than Kalist, and they want to try to continue leveraging this pressure, but Yike is matching, and he wants to get the bot grab.
Yeah, Kalist, I think, respecting awkward base timing for him as he's only able to grab the boots too, but knows that he has to try to play range as much as he can here. Yike focused on the crab as Yehu moving down, busting out the Faker skin. Jackie's off on the side, getting the root. Yike will not be able to go untargetable to stop this, but he knows it, so he's not going to waste the cooldown. Now finally dashing away as Isma approaches, but again, Isma only level 5. That's all the damage kind of depleted from the side of GX in that play.
Yeah, not a whole lot of playmaking from Vi before that level 6, but now Yehu is overstepped
Root's
here.
Connected. Nice charm. Stone Cold catches him in the animation, of course, interrupts the dash.
Isma's waiting for level 6 off the wave, though. Might just be able to click it off the last one, but they end up backing away. Wasn't sure if they wanted to continue that fight.
And I gotta say, there's so many multi-pronged attacks happening in this game. Bot lane fighting at the same time, mid lane is fighting. Clearly a lot of pressure on the bot lane, but it does feel like Noah and Jun playing with a ton of confidence despite being down 0-2 in this series.
I love Giant X's macro here. Isma is going for the bot side invade, and at the same time, Lot went to the blue buff, put a ward for Isma to know that Yike is not invading on the backside. And as you said, Rob, Isma's level 6. Kalist doesn't have it.
Jun ready to go, looking for the knockup. Busio looking for the interrupt. The hook goes wide. Crucially, Kalist now going to be able to walk away. The ulti from Noah also does not connect.
KC lucky to escape off the back of that. Isma investing in open Jackies. He doesn't have damage to follow up on this.
I think if he got the root with the Mantra Q, maybe would have been able to pick up the kill.
I wasn't sure on the mana level, but Hook.
Hook connects onto Busio, presumably has the shield as well as the heal from the Gleaming Quill, so doing okay. Kalist opts to go back into lane. Now Noah has no mana and Yike is on the way, where that could have been a bit riskier. Kalist also rapidly approaching level 6, which is going to make a lot of plays on this bottom side feel much more impossible.
With the fact that Noah wasn't able to hit that ultimate, they were not able to take down Kalist, but it's still a good CS lead, and you can see the wave is in a good state as well, but Giant X actually timed KC's recall here, so they're able to push one more wave, and with that blue gun from Noah there, a little shuffle, he's going to be able to push that wave in really fast, and have a near 1,000 gold lead on Kalist. I mean, this is the biggest gold lead we've seen on this bot lane this whole series. We've been talking about it.
Charm hits. Busio on the way in. Really difficult to all-in and kill the Karma at this point in the game, especially if she goes for the Mantra W, that extra healing. If Yike's there, it's a different story, but if it's just Busio, it's not enough.
Noah and Jun's control over bot lane, though, is actually giving like real issues to KC. The ultimate was used by Isma for nothing, but KC still can't turn that into a dragon when they have these ult advantages because of the pressure that Noah and Jun have been able to establish on bottom side. So it's slowing this game down, allowing Isma to get back up to that ultimate, and keeping KC honest. Now, Yike starting to move down towards the bottom side. Maybe he feels like he has a window here because Isma is moving top.
Can be tricky though. The play also incredibly good against the Nefiri, so have to make sure they have the angles right. Jun, so many very relevant defensive tools in this game to help keep Noah standing. And Kalist, you can see just getting chunked in this lane. Just one random step forward into an Infernum Q and he loses half his HP.
Really good trades from Giant X. That allows them to get back control of bot side, even though Isma's on the top side. And I want to see Giant X try to leverage this lead into an early Drake, because this is the best early game I feel like we've seen from this bot lane. So if they can transition that into objectives, I also really like, in general, I'm very happy with Giant X this game, as I might have jinxed a little bit, Lot missed the ultimate. But when we look at this top side, I was worried. I thought Lot with the blind pick Gnar, he's up against Kana with the counter pick, he might just get demolished. But he's weathered the storm. Being down 300 gold, down 10 CS, doesn't really matter. you're getting to the item breakpoints at roughly the same time as Kana. And Isma's the one that's able to pick up at least one grub here, maybe even two. He's going to try to sneak it. I think a lot of that is also just due to Jackie's on this Karma pick. Oh no.
Okay.
That feels bad. Is he going to get the second one as well? No
Peeling
way.
away. Okay, 43 HP. 2 grubs to the side of GX. Definitely good to have that buff, especially again, Aphelios. If he gets that white gun, you can really shred through those towers, and they're already getting pushed in mid, but of course, tough to leverage it in the Gnar versus Kennen matchup. I don't think the side lane is going to be winning, even if it's not going as difficult as you might have initially expected. Keeping our eyes, though, of course, on bottom lane. Kaliss now with the ulti and the cleanse available has a lot more relevant defensive tools, and Noah with the red and purple isn't a huge damage threat.
Yeah, both Yahoo and Yike starting to hover down towards this bottom side. You can see Jackie's trying to match that roam, get some vision down. So it looks like KC kind of aware that Dragon could be the next call for Giant X, with Isma now having that ult up and available.
Noah has the Storm Racer. Big item power spike for him. You can see Kaliss is sitting on pretty weak components, the Coalfield's Warhammer and just the Berserker Greaves. So this is a really good opportunity after Isma comes back from base. If Yike can't rush this dragon, I think Giant X have a wonderful fight on their hand, but KC, I think they know the tempo of Giant X, so they want to try to rush down the Drake before a fight erupts.
Trying to burst through this. Close with the Feather Fulls, synced with Yike's might be enough, but Jackie's already off on the side, going to start threatening with Poke. Yahoo not quite able to hit the charm as the flash away comes out. Noah not great guns for a fight, but he's going to look for the initial CC. Lockup is there. Noah now in trouble. Double root coming through, and it's red-white. Time to fight as Yike starts to back away. Isma gets kicked off with the first kill as Jun takes it away. Busio down. The rest of GX pushing in. The Drake has not fallen, but the health bars are blinking on both sides. GX debating if they want to fight for more, but with low health, it might be a big risk. Kana gonna get the hook back. Kaliss flies up, comes right back down to the waiting arms of Noah.
Hey, it's Noah and Jun, the 2 members of Giant X that we were looking at, and they're stepping up. Noah with the item advantage makes the difference in the team fight. And Jun finds Kaliss in the back half as we watch this starts off. Jun face checks Busio. Jackie's flashes the Ahri charm, and it's a great engage from Busio, but you see Kaliss doesn't have the damage yet. Without those items that Noah has, there's not enough damage to take him down. He's able to get the purple root, and they're able to continue the play. And then Kaliss, I think he gets a little bit overconfident, a bit of a random face check, I'm not gonna lie, because he knew they were there. But still, Noah putting down the tower, gets that last auto attack, and gets 2 kills for himself. And this is a prime opportunity for Noah and Jun to really show us that carry potential. Nearly 2,000 gold lead now on Noah. And I'm excited for what this Aphelios can do.
Almost a fully completed item ahead as Jun continues to just throw these hooks towards the Drake, towards Fog. Neither side able to grab that Drake quite yet, but you can see the quests starting to be completed. Isma finishing off his as Yike still lags behind a little bit. Roto Belt for Khan on the top side means it's time to go. Alti continuing the exchange. Ignite ticking as well as Yike starts to chase. Lot should just be dead here. Yike can reset the tower aggro, drops out, leaps away to safety. KC find an angle on the top lane, but it means conceding Drake to GX on the bottom side.
I think KC knew that Dragon was already done for. Giant X have such a massive lead through that bottom side. So instead, try to put their eggs into the top lane basket and hope that getting Khan into a position where he's strong, maybe, just maybe, can be the tool to taking down Noah.
I'm worried though for Giant X. That might have been the windfall that Kana needed to snowball this top lane matchup. And without an exhaust on Giant X's side, it's so hard to shut down a Fed Cannon. And now no flash on Lot, so Yike can look to repeat that same play in the top side. And Lot really needs to just hold on, get that Triforce, get that Merc Treads, and just try to not fall behind further.
Definitely does. A tricky thing to do against a cannon that's this accelerated in the game. But he did it pretty well up until that point. Difficult though once the kills start dropping, both for the Kennen and for the dog in the jungle to really just survive. Neferi. Yeah, I forgot. Neferi. Yes, I see what you're doing there. Yes, Jack.
Well, I do think for Noah, at least he does have tools for, you know, Jackie's with the shields. This Thresh can eventually, like, has the heal, can eventually pick up some like Knight's Vow, some Lockets of the Iron Solari, things to try and keep Noah topped up in these fights. Because you're going to have so much that's going for Noah. Kana, we already talked about. Yike, and also Yahoo. This was the dive that you could kind of see that was coming through. So for Giant X, it's going to be a case of trying to keep everything to top up Noah as the fights continue.
Yeah, and I'm honestly kind of surprised Jun went for the Vandal Pipes. Obviously, it makes your lead feel even more powerful, but Locket against the Kennen, Mikhail's against the Kennen or the Ahri Charm would all feel good, but instead, just trying to press even harder into the lead that they've already built for themselves.
No cleanse on Noah as well. So that CC later on is going to be really important for him to avoid. As now, Yike looks for the bot lane dive.
Immediately ulting, shield, charm, Jackie's more than enough damage to finish the kill as Yike now on a killing spree.
And these side lane plays from KC, they just make it look effortless. They have so much damage with Yike. All they need is one CC to land and it's a kill. And I thought Lot would be the next target, but they decide to pivot to Jackie's instead. And it's just an easy one-shot, and it's really just going to be the battle of the side lanes versus the battle of bot lane here. Giant X, they want to fight around mid, involve Noah and Jun, while Yike will just continue going to sides.
Lot going all in on Yehu, taking his time to go Mega. Will immediately back away. Isn't quite sure where Busio is, don't think he spotted him coming, but doesn't want to overcommit into that play.
I really like that awareness from Lot. He knew that Busio was coming, so after he got that bot tower, he didn't overcommit. And he gets that bot tower, so he's not that far behind Kana now. As Isma is choosing to start up the Drake. Really nicely played here by Giant X. Or the Drake, the Rift Herald.
That's a Herald. Yeah, that's a Herald, it's okay.
But it's really nice. I think they can just get this for free due to how slow KC is on the map.
And I think we have to remember, game 1, game 2, the Herald had no effect. But in this position, GX should be able to get a lot of value out of it if they can secure it, which they do, just barely, as Yike threatening in the pit.
I mean, he's been pretty good at stealing, so I got a little nervous as he went in.
So I think important for GX to set the momentum to reset things in their favor, that they get a lot of value out of a Herald that, again, they've gotten in all 3 games, but in the first 2 has just done nothing. As the hook connects on one of the little dogs, not enough to threaten Yike.
I do think, though, this is where it gets a little bit interesting for Giant X, because yes, you have Noah who's very strong on mid-wave, but Kalist can answer that push very effectively with the Essence Reaver. So then becomes a, okay, well, what happens on sides? And Lot is behind. Jackie's, we already see, if you have Yike and Yehu playing for these side lanes, can make things very difficult, especially in these long lanes where they've positioned the Ahri. So I think for Giant X, you can see what Jun's trying to achieve, just get vision to spot the roams, but now he's in trouble.
Hook going in, Celestial Opposition blocks some of the damage, but it's just going to be too late for the rest of the team. Jun barely flashing away, but Noah's now perfectly set up for a fight. Keep your eyes on the Aphelios. Busio desperately trying to disengage. Kana going down to Isma. Lot continuing to chase. Kalist marked up, but he will not fall.
Noah and Jun can do no wrong. It looks like Jun was caught, but he instead caught Kana. As he lives long enough, he flashes away. And Giant X, they need to continue fighting around mid here. And as long as they do, they have the advantage.
And I think the important thing to remember about this KC composition is it is super powerful, but it is very volatile. If that initial blow does not connect onto Noah, he does so much damage in these fights.
Yeah, the fact that you got the Flay giving you the Glacial means that you don't actually have as much damage from Kana. You just barely finish off Jun. Sidesteps one of the Qs as well. And as the Avengers assemble for Giant X, everyone ends up running onto this mid lane. I managed you to set up for the plays because nobody was actually matching the Ahri in that side lane.
Certainly we're not. Just a reminder that this Aphelios has to be respected. Remember, he was only 1.5 items in that previous replay. I assume that he's very quickly going to be finishing that Infinity Edge, which would have been more than enough, I think, to finish that kill on the Kalist. So Noah going to continue to demand that attention, demand that respect from the side of KC. I think painfully aware now of how powerful Noah is in the context of this game, and while they've got good tools, they need to make sure they connect on those crucial cooldowns.
Giant X are playing really fast on the map though, and I really like it. They just rush straight to the Drake.
KC come from behind, Jun with an immediate playback, and it's Kalist who's been chunked out. Yehu on the flank, but Noah manages to flash away.
Noah's very deep here.
They don't have a lantern to play for. Initial charm now going down. Hook to interrupt Busio for a moment. Knock back into the wall is there from Lot. The Herald coming through as Kana the Flay knocks him back. He gets the double stun, but none of the damage sticks. Noah grabbing Yike. Kana running for his life. And with their backs against the wall in game 3, GX are coming to life.
Giant X refuse to go down without a fight. They find Kalist on the play. They push back Kana. And what seemed like an early day may just go late into the night.
I love what Giant X are doing here. They're not scared. They know it's an elimination game, but they keep pushing forward. They're the ones starting the fights. They're the ones starting the objectives. And Jun is fearless as he is frontlining and goes onto Yike. Noah as well. Both Noah and Jun here are not scared of anything. And Jun's hooks just keep landing a lot with that 3-man flash ulti. The fact that Giant X only got 1 kill off of this is the only downside for them. This looks like it could have been at least 3 kills, but KC were able to split up, spread out, and Kana gets the execute in the end.
Yeah, Lot played that fight fantastically. He gets the initial burn onto Kalist, then that 3-man ultimate as well. The value the Gnar got, absolutely insane. And honestly, you know, messy movement from Kalist, moving through a very dangerous zone and gets rightfully punished for it.
Loses the flash in the context of that play, as does Yehu, as does Yike, as does Kana. Now Noah's lost his, but they're not the team in the deficit. KC, Kana not quite able to find Protobelt. Not the right angle to cancel, but Kana, of course, just fishing in the dark, hoping to find that cancel. As KC have to be really sure about their engages, because the supportive utility of Jackie's in that fight was pretty disgusting. You saw how much shielding went onto Noah, that even Busio's ult connecting wasn't enough without all of KC there to follow up.
You can see Jun is clicking up even when Yahoo is there. The fact that this Noah and Jun are the ones that we're seeing in Game 3, we've talked about their mental. We've talked about how they can often underperform when it matters most, but they've stepped it up this game for Giant X.
And I think that says a lot about Noah's growth as a player, but Jackie's might be caught here.
Jackie's looking for a sidestep, stun there. Yike looking to follow. Should be no way out of this one. Extra shielding, but the Ignite already ticking. Yike finds that side lane pick.
Very nicely done, but now Kalist on his own in the mid lane. No overextension here from Giant X, as Vi is moving top, trying to see if she can find Yike.
We're gonna catch Yike. Yike goes to the wall, immediate TP. Going into the top side. If they kill the jungle, they can go straight for the Baron. Yike chunked out. They know he has no ulti available. The recast already timing out, and that means Yike down.
They have the Aphelios. He has the red-white. This is a very fast match. Giant X are gonna start it up.
Busio with the Summoner Spellbook doesn't have a target to exhaust.
And KC looks like they're dropping it. Yehu is just continuing to push bot. We're getting a Game 3. Giant X are coming alive. They secure the Baron Nashor.
And a minute 40 until the soul. Noah is going to be massive for these fights. This feels like Giant X may have just finally swung the momentum, at least for this game, in their favor. And KC just looked bamboozled.
That they do. Second item finally coming in for Kalist, but it's 2.5 for Noah. And that lead's only going to grow as they try to extend here with the Baron power play. Jackie's threatening on the side. You can hear like the pounding of drums here in Barcelona. They were waiting for GX to bring hope back to this arena. To this GX fans in the crowd. And KC, I mean, they stifled that hope. They smothered GX. They obliterated them in the first 2 games. But in Game 3, even when KC had their pick of the litter, their pick of bot lanes, they got this Xayah Rakan. GX, with the Thresh, with the Aphelios, have just been taking control of this one.
Giant X full control of the bot side here, forcing them out. They want to play for this tier 2 bot. It's already getting. Burned Yehu's ultimate earlier, so that's kind of the one engage tool down for KC. Kana otherwise could look for a flank, but if he can't find it, it's really difficult for them to really progress.
Collapse on side here. Looking to catch out Kana as Isma starts to chase. Shadow Flame and the Protobelt can do a lot of damage in this burst, so they're taking their time, I think, to hurt him. They think better of it. They don't want to take the risk.
They don't want to drop the dragon.
GX are getting a bit dizzy. Playing fast, like you mentioned before, but I think playing too fast in this case. Hoping to find that silent pick to guarantee the Drake, but now they're a bit behind in the setup. The good news is the Baron, the power, the gold advantage they built wipes away the sins, those little mistakes, and allows them to approach this dragon in still a pretty solid position, but blind, with no vision.
And that's the main part. No answer for where KC are sitting, where KC can find their angles. Yike off to the side may actually be found here, may need to hop out, but it's Kana and Busio that I'm keeping my eyes on. Can they make the hero play and find Noah?
Kana looking for the wraparounds. Noah the one target that matters. His damage has to make the difference. Kana unspotted. Going in on the blast cone. Noah in trouble. Immediate exhaust on the Aphelios! And down he goes! They could not protect their carry. And when it matters most, KC find the angle. It's the triple for Kalist. The shutdowns for Yehu. And KC right back in it.
It's Kana, the best top lane in the league. He finds the miracle flank to give KC a 4-0. The Hextech Dragon and Giant X's gold lead has been evaporated, and so has their hopes in playoffs.
Giant X tried to do too much on the map. They go for the play top and forget that the dragon is what they needed. Kana plays this perfectly. Jun hooked at the wrong time on what he thought was a key carry. But it was Kana that settles everything for KC.
You have to feel so bad as Giant X, because when you commit all your resources towards Kana, you might as well take the extra 5 seconds to kill him, you know? Like, because then you're at least, yeah, you're entering the Drake fight late, but you're entering it 4v5, and the fact that they called it off when they'd already committed to it, it's just, it's a game-losing play.
It must be so frustrating for GX because they obviously know this too. They'll look back on it and they'll see this, but this has been the moments in a lot of these games. Game 1, remember, they had the lead in the early game. By the end, it felt like KC were running them around the map and it was effortless for KC, but in the beginning, they made them work. They made them fight for it tooth and nail, but it fell apart, and now it feels like it's falling apart again. The question is, can GX rally?
But I think this is heartbreaking for Noah because he has done everything right in this game. Same almost with Jun. Like, these are the guys that we were looking at. You hear Finn on the desk talking about how he thinks Noah's been the best performing AD carry, and I think that has shown so much of what Noah has achieved. This was a man that we never knew what we were going to get. The high highs, the low lows, but he has been performing at the highest caliber all split long. And now in a game where he looked like he could take over, it's decisions from the rest of the team that hurt his chances here.
And it's so frustrating too because Calist was so far behind and now he's at 3.5 items, right? We talk about how Xayah can be awkward because she wants armor penetration, she wants crit, she wants Navori. Yeah, she's so in such a good spot now after what was such a devastating early game. KC though getting hurt in a bit here by the side of GX. Q over the wall from Jackie's, but holding on to the mantra for now is Lot. It's not really an angle here. The good news, of course, neither side was at soul point. It doesn't hurt too much to concede the Drake. It's more the fight and how much gold was kind of squandered for GX taking that one.
You can see Giant X, though, are almost just trying to bully their way back into this, and it may not be the best bet. Like, you had that TP from Kana, and there were rewards behind them. Giant X, like, I think they need to learn from the last bit and just take it that bit slower.
It's so annoying for Lot. He was waiting, edge, like the rage bar right on the edge, right? 95% random Q over the wall from Yike. He's 100. There's no play to be made. Has to back away. And again, GX, you can see exactly what their comp wants to do. But unfortunately, in the 5v5s at this point, I think they have to live in a world where they're just trying to stop KC from doing what they want to do rather than playing a more proactive game plan.
Yeah, now it's so hard for Giant X to play because you can see that KC, they got to push in top, they got to push in bot, and they got to push in mid. And before, it was always mid lane that Noah and Jun could step up. But now since they've lost that mid tower, they've lost their lead, it's so hard for Giant X to get any pushing lane. And without a pushing lane, it's hard to leverage a pressure point. At least now Lot is able to push out top as Yahoo opens towards that bot side.
And you can see in the bottom lane, 3 members of KC sticking around just in case Jackie's overextends. Because again, GX has been getting caught on side a decent amount. Now, good news for Jackie's is just him and Yahoo here with the recalls coming in from both Kana and Yike. But 9 seconds away from that Baron and counting. GX going to be first to set up some control around the pit, but not really having a great push advantage outside of top lane, and Jun needs to be careful here.
There is a ward just north, you'll see it on the left-hand side of your screen, that might give an opportunity, if Giant X overextend, for a TP, both from Yahoo and Kana. But Kana grouping with the team now, they know they want him to immediately burst out Noah before this fight gets started.
And we're seeing how hard it is to play Thresh now that you're behind
Yahoo dashing in the read! Yahoo! Oh my god!
Predicts the flash. Noah is down, Nash is up. KC, they know what they're looking for. They're going to look to start up this Nash. And it's going to be so hard for Giant X to contest without their key carry.
And you just... the mental damage has been done. Living in his head rent-free after the entire early game again went in favor of GX. Better than it had been in any other game this series. It's now all come crumbling down, but it's eyes on Isma. A fight unlikely, but a steal is possible. Gnar to the wall to stop Connor from getting much else. Charm well timed from Busio to stop Isma from getting into the pit. Connor responding with an ulti of his own. GX trying to force the fight 4v5, but in the extended play, Connor still chasing. Lot still marked, means there's no chance for him to try anything sneaky, and KC really have taken over.
And it's the worst possible timing because Dragon is in 10 seconds. Giant X immediately running down, hoping that maybe they can find something, but resets on Jackie's to TP back out. Noah is alive, but I don't think they can do it without their top laner.
It's going to be Drake for KC. Lot even tried to TP out, but didn't get it. And Hope is being snuffed out from Giant X. We're entering a pause here. KC, man, it's a heartbreak for Noah and Jun. Such a good early game for them. They really showed their dominance, and especially it was so fun to watch Aphelios Thresh, a combination we don't get to see often.
No, a lot of really confident movement, playing to their limits. Again, KC's initiated the pause. We'll see what it was. Last time it was just audio issues and adjusting. Obviously, as the crowd gets louder or quieter, you really need to make that change, and no reason for you to make it in an active game. You can pause in those situations, in those circumstances. But it's so tough, because now, when you were that far ahead, it felt like, okay, if a charm lands, you might still have a chance. If there's a bit of CC, or if Yike finds his way into the back line, maybe Noah can just out-DPS. He's that powerful. But sadly now, if anything connects onto him, it feels like Noah dies, and the fight is over for GX, because he is the one who has the damage, who has the tools to carry these fights, but he's also one of the most vulnerable members on the team.
And also, I think you kind of needed to be in a position as Giant X where you're the ones leading the charge. If Isma's the one engaging and Noah's following up with Jackie speeding him up, it becomes significantly easier to then try and play into these fights. But you can see when you're on the back foot, Kana has multiple angles. Yehu is now getting involved. The ability to keep Noah safe becomes that much more difficult.
Yeah, and of course we can take a look back at one of the Baron fights while we wait for this pause. We'll wait for more updates. Again, player reporting hardware issues on the side of KC, but when we look at that Baron fight specifically, you can kind of see how it all just sort of crumbles, how the pieces don't work together, how it falls apart a bit. Maybe instead we'll take a look at the crowd.
The one KC fan. They're pretty outnumbered, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter today.
They're just scattered, you know? They're not all in one place.
They're definitely outnumbered, though.
They are definitely outnumbered, 100%. Though. Also because MKOI just is like, we are going to give all of our power to GX.
Yeah.
You know?
It's true. I mean, the Spanish-French rivalry is living strong.
That it is. And of course, for KC, some weaknesses in earlier stages is this here. Is the
Busio here canceling Isma. If he could get that Q onto Kana and then chain it with the ultimate, maybe they could take him down and actually start the fight 4 versus 4. But since Busio peeled him, Lot got ran down, and it's just a kill. It's a Baron Nashor for KC, and it's also...
Hey, kisses.
But I do think this is where Busio becomes so strong.
Yeah.
Like, I think this, as a player, he has such a good understanding of what is needed from him in the moment. It's not a, hey, I want to all in and engage. It's how do I try and disrupt what the opposition's trying to do.
Sometimes you never know who you're pointing the camera at, and the meta seems to be kisses. But there's some awkward ones.
Kiss me, Daniel.
All's well. An oldie, but a goodie, Jack. Well played, well played. But don't come on so strong, really. Play hard to get, bro. Play hard to get. Come on. So it's too much, you know? I want to work for it. I want to work for it, okay?
I thought you were talking about the furry comp, bro. I thought you were like...
You thought that was it? You thought that was I was spitting game and you were talking about the furry comp?
Okay, like, that's what you want to talk about it.
It was funny in that fight, though. I felt so bad for Lot, because he got... I mean, Kana just looked down, saw his W light up, and goes, oh, there's a Gnar in that bush. It's like old school League. If you're a really old League head, you'll remember Fiddlestick's passive used to reduce MR, and you could see the indicator on your bar.
Debuff, yeah.
As you walk towards the brush, you see the debuff, and you're like, oh shit, I've made a mistake.
Retreat immediately.
But here we are, back in the game. We resolved the issue on stage with networking for KC, so not exactly sure how it manifested. But the good news is it's been resolved. We're back into Game 3. If you're just joining us, KC 4K up. It was a hard-fought early game where Noah and Judd took over completely, but KC on the back of an incredible Blast Cone ulti play from Kana. Swifting in their favor. Another fist fighting for the drink. Okay, Yike managed to take it. Goes untargetable, trying to body block on the Lantern. It's there, coming in from all sides now. Noah on the way. KC have burned a lot of resources, and they haven't found a crucial kill. If they keep chasing into Noah, it could be a disaster. They're happy with just getting the Drake. They want to pop the GA, but luckily Isma able to walk it off.
Oh, Isma, he flash smited one of the dogs. He wasn't able to get it on the Drake, so Yike ends up still securing it, and now Giant X are so chunked that KC are going to get this tier 2. They're looking for a repeat of their Nash in the last game. They're going for the inhibitors and looking to strike the blow to take down Giant X.
Looking for the angle, faking on the Hextech portal. It looks like his Lot holding on to that Gnar bar. Yehu in the mid lane with TP, resetting now.
And it becomes really hard for Thresh to try and play into these hooks at this stage because you have so many dogs on Yike that can so easily block the hooks, but it becomes nigh impossible to try and set this up. It has to be on Isma with the ult. He's fishing, but doesn't have the ult available.
Mega there.
Yike trying to spot it out. Red Trinket knocks two back into the wall. Caught immediately off. Hook over the wall, coming in for jump in the fall. Damage is there. Busio looking for the re-engage, but all of GX is ready as they kill the support of KC. And for now, they hold the line.
Giant X, they hold the line. A really good engage from Lot, and then they kite out. They don't get baited in. They know if they go too deep, Busio, Yehu is ready to collapse. So it's going to be Busio wasting his flash. He ends up falling as well, and that is KC's Nash gone. Giant X, they're only down 4,000 gold.
Oh, wait a second.
Yehu. Oh, no.
He was in Noah's head before.
No.
Oh, the redemption there. Yehu debating. Yike to fall off the shield. He spins on him. The onslaught.
The redemption. The shield. The pause. What is happening?
He did too much damage. Someone check his PC.
I mean, I'd be pausing too if my assassin loses the 1v1 to the Aphelios. The 1v2, actually, two assassins tried to fight him, and Noah was able to take Yike down.
And this is the power of the composition. When not all of the CC is set up perfectly, when Jun can be there, when the Karma shielding can come in, and of course, reporting potential issues will keep you up to date on a pause. It's always awkward to pause in a very hype moment, but it is what it is.
But the thing is, if this goes through, you now have Yike dead. The big discussion point was Giant X not having control to get vision for Noah, understand what the setup for KC is, watch their flanks. You now as Giant X can push out waves, can set your vision, can try and deny these moments, and it's KC who were trying to set things up. But now that might have just been their kryptonite.
Yep, and of course, we're looking at some potential client issues. Hopefully, not a pause where our analyst desk needs to get ready, but they should be on standby.
Subtle.
I
mean, I do think, though, as much as I want to get on the Giant X copium train, Rob, the thing is there's no objective for Giant X to get.
Sorry, okay, I just want to break the curtain here. We wear headsets so production can talk to us. None of our analysts have headsets on, so they're flashing different colored text on a teleprompter to get their attention. Of course, it sucks to be in a pause, but at least we're in an arena with this much freaking energy. Like, what a joy to be here in Barcelona. It is a client issue, sucks to have the problem, but our league officials are usually excellent at solving these particular issues. And there's no Talia in the game, so at least if there's a problem, it'll be one we haven't seen before.
True, and I do think, at least from this, like, this didn't feel to me like, look, I'm not going to speculate, actually. I was just going to say that Noah, the fact that Noah survives, though, says a huge amount.
Yeah.
Like, this shows that with the redemption, with the shielding that is coming through on Jackie's now, Noah is a threat. And even if you just start to add in more of the tools that are inevitably going to come through, like, this just becomes so much harder. I think the only problem he might have is the fact that Kana has that Sonya's Hourglass available, has the flash available. So he suddenly becomes a target since the flash, the barrier, and everything else was just burnt, but 3 minutes until any objective.
Yeah, I think Kana is the kryptonite to Giant X. If he's able to get a flank like we saw earlier, that's when it's really lights out for Giant X. I think the biggest upside for me is the fact that Yike used his flash, so that'll be down for both objectives that are spawning.
And it looks like we had some trials and tribulations to identify the issue, but it's been identified, and it looks like resolved as well. As we're getting ready checks now, so the game should be resuming shortly, which is a shame because I was really enjoying all of the camera footage of people trying to kiss or not messing up the kiss and or playing giant bass drums. I don't know where they get them or how we get them, but I want one.
You want one, huh?
Yeah, if we could bring that to the caster desk at LEC in Berlin, I'd be very happy.
Yes.
Just whack it. I think Hysterics would have a lot of fun with it.
That he would. And we would all just do that one drum pattern from the Lord of the Rings song where it's just dun, 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 dun. But here we are back in the game, and you can hear this house, this arena in favor of GX, no doubt. Now, there are KC fans here, but as we've highlighted, they're outnumbered. But KC, regardless of how the arena's felt about them, have been dominating this entire series. But the hope slowly starting to spring anew for GX after they find that key pick onto Yike.
Noah just full built that Hex Tech or Hex Optics immediately after only just having the cloak. So massive spike again for Noah. He's only getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, 100% crit.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Makes it a lot more deadly, especially with that ultimate from Noah. Oh, Kalist is up 1.5k gold lead, a big swing from the early game. So it's also a lot on Kalist, how he can maneuver in these team fights. But it does feel like Noah is the main character in this game. How can KC shut him down? Kana has the flash. Yehu has the flash. Noah will get his up in the next objective fight. We'll also have to see how both teams decide to prioritize the Baron and the Drake. It's not sold for either team, so I would assume that Nash will be the focus.
And I think while it's unfortunate for GX that they find the pick in a window where there's not much to do other than stop the Baron push, it's nice that they get the time they need to get Noah's flash back up and available. Of course, they have the Mikhails now coming up for Jun as well. The redemption on Jackie's. There's so many good defensive tools that can mitigate a lot of this pick potential from the side of KC, as Jackie's might actually be the one in trouble. A nice initial sidestep. Yike coming from behind. But Isma getting caught in the mess of it as one is already down, but now the ulti in from Lob, but he's only a mini-Gnar. Yehu in trouble, running for his life. Kana tries to play hero. The shutdown coming back though. Yehu is down, but it's 2 for 1 in favor of KC.
It's a lot invested on both sides to try and make that play happen. But there's nothing really there for either squad. Busio has to be a little bit careful. Giant X are still in the area, spotted on a ward, but should be able to escape.
They want to look for a cheese. It's a 2 for 1, but it's not of that much significance as there's no objectives up. But Yike starts us off with a really nice cheese here. He sat in the bush for quite some time. Jackies doesn't expect it. He ends up getting one shot. I think Lot got just an auto, yeah, right as Yehu was flashing away. So he's able to at least make it a 1 for 2. But not a huge gold swing. I think KC got like 500 gold from that play. And looking at the summoners, Lot used his TP, Kana used his TP. That's really the big ones.
I don't think Noah's flash is up. I think that's the only one. I'm pretty sure that's still there for the last one. Maybe the pause book, maybe I can get someone to confirm it for me. But I think that might still be down. Because I was going to say, Kana didn't flash, and I still think he is a heavy focus for Noah. But we'll have to see.
That we will. Exhaust back up for Busio as well. And again, when you know the target that you're looking to chase down, that exhaust can make such a massive difference. Noah taking control of the wave for now. Has to be careful not to step too far up. He and Jun also have to be careful not to group, right? The value of the Lantern so much lower if they are stacked on top of each other.
He has the red and blue. Really good against this dive comp. If they try to dive onto him, he has so much healing, so much shielding from his teammates as well. You can see he's still stepping up. Now he has the Mikhails from Jun at least to cleanse one of those CCs. But KC are destroying the Nash.
They're going to force GX to play a little bit faster. It's Close and Yike are shredding through this one. Isma in the area. Isma looking for the miracle. Isma praying, but it's not enough. Unstoppable. The ulti's under the cliff, flashes over the wall. He still has the GA, but the fight is crumbling for GX. Before it even starts, their jungler down. The Baron secure.
What a steal from KC. They sneak the Baron. And what a privilege it must be to be able to rely on Yike's smite. Because that was a scary 50-50.
That it was. Root there, as Yike goes intangible, and it's that little decision, that misstep where KC are confident enough to just go for the fast Baron take, and the steal goes awry that maybe is the final undoing of GX.
Giant X still have really good wave clear, but KC, they're basing, they're going to set up the Dragon. The Dragon?
Dragon. Didn't Vetty do the same thing earlier? Why are we all saying Dragon?
I guess Vetty's just like, I'm inspired by Vetty. Nah, but they're going to take the Dragon, and they're going to look to siege mid and bot side here and play for both inhibitors. And I think really breaking up the inhibitors is how you seal the deal on this game. Giant X, though, they do have a lot of good wave clear. Aphelios, in general, in the later stages, if he can cycle towards that blue gun, he can really, really hold onto the towers very well, because if you just take a crit AoE damage, he does so much, chunks you down. We'll have to see what his guns are. I think he's cycled the blue already away, so maybe he's going to be sitting on some sticky guns, and it's going to be hard for him to play.
Busio using the cleanse just to get back access to his exhaust, so I think that will be immediately tossed onto Noah in these fights, because there's that blue gun you were talking about, Jack. And Giant X hoping that this may not be their last fight in LEC Versus.
And right here before, it was Lot and that brush, currently unwarded, who found a good flank. The follow-up there, GX able to start a pick, turned eventually into the kills onto Noah when KC tried to repeat. Maybe they can make it happen once again. This time around, though, KC playing with a bit more respect, playing back, letting the minions do the work. Trying desperately not to overcomplicate it as Noah good sidesteps to get away from the daggers from the Nefiri.
So at this stage, if you hook... Oh, hang on!
Busio hooked, instantaneous combo, the exhaust! Busio down a pick to get things started. KC need to retreat. They need to accept that the Baron play is gone, but Lot, has he gone too far forward? Flash forward, wall up on the Kana, immediate CC. He goes golden in the midst of the team. He fires the ulti to no effect.
Kana gets caught out. Lot is on the rise. Giant X, they want to try to push in mid here. They got 2 picks. Is it enough, though? There's still Nash for 30 seconds, but I think Giant X, they want to try to make the most out of this.
They need to go.
Kalist waiting.
Oh,
Isma in
so much
trouble.
damage.
Q over the
No.
wall, not enough. Down goes Isma. Man advantage still favoring GX as they break open the tier 2, but they have to be so careful because bot lane could be in trouble, and Yehu has access to the teleport.
Giant X are now on the run. They want to see if they can fish for something, though. If you hook the dogs, you can follow the Q with the flay. They have enough health to survive it.
Kalist, the hidden threat, waiting in the brush. More than enough damage to cut through all of GX. This KC set up, but GX aren't taking the bait. They don't want to get over eager. They know how precarious their position in this game is.
But Giant X, they only lost one inhibitor, and the Nash is now gone for KC. We're going again. Both Drake and Nash spawning at the same time. And Giant X, they have one more opportunity for a team fight.
But 3 Hex Tech Dragons for KC on a team that's heavily reliant on abilities is incredibly nice. And with 240 now until that potential soul, what started off as a win condition for Giant X has flipped the script, as it feels like KC honestly have kind of done almost every game so far.
And I think it's massive for GX's hopes in this next fight that the exhaust is not there for Busio currently, because all of the damage has to come from Noah. We have 2 support items on Jackies. Isma and Lot doing some good work, certainly, but the pressure just continues to mount on Noah as no one else can carry that burden.
And the Bloodthirster now completed for Noah, enough to maybe keep him topped up, maybe give him the shield to at least survive some of that burst. And at this stage, those 2 summoner spells are 100% back up. Noah can survive the burst, but it has to be everything given to him. Double McHale's on Jackies and Jun for every inch of healing they can give him.
The thing is, I would love to follow you guys on the Noah narrative, but Kalist is the one that's a full item ahead. And we saw how fast he murdered Isma when Isma face-checked him. So Giant X, they need a way to take down Kalist as well. It's not good enough to just protect Noah. They really need to either rely on KC going too deep, and that way Kalist can't auto, he can't have an impact in the fight, or find some sort of miracle play on Kalist.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Jack, especially when you look like you've got GA on Kalist, you've got double Zhonya's on Khan and Yehu, and a W for Yike. Like, who do you engage on as Isma? Only the last time they managed to get that play onto Busio, but it just becomes more and more difficult again for Giant X the later that this game is gone.
I mean, what was once a very clear game plan with a very difficult level of execution has only gotten harder because, yeah, as you highlighted, ever since GX fumbled the ball a little bit in some of those mid-game fights, Kalist has just been ahead in terms of total itemization, even if we don't see it in the damage chart. So much of that because, as you highlighted, when fights go wrong for KC, it's because they're going too deep, and Kalist really can't hit anybody. But if you're not rocking the Hex Optics to get the 100 extra range to play with Calibrum a mile away from Kalist, it is not an easy fight as Isma
needs to be very careful here.
GA back up.
We saw how fast he dies to Kalist. I mean, this tankiness that this Vi has is very fake at this stage of the game. The carries of KC are just doing so much damage. But Kalist needs to be careful as well. One mistake here can cost the game.
Losing flash or ulti would be devastating ahead of a fight. We're only 20 seconds away from the Drake, 12 away from the Baron. Yike playing off the side, trying to hurl them. They're going all in on Yike immediately. He can reset the aggro a little bit with the W, but now he has to flash away. In the meantime, Kalist finally allowed to open up. Down goes Jun, one of the defensive pieces. Noah left, exposed, flash forward. Busio immediately follows, the feathers fly, and down goes the hope of GX as they're cut to pieces. Kalist and Busio taking them down.
And after 40 minutes, Kalist has come online. And that's what KC needed in the end. The young prodigy will secure them a spot against MKOI here in Barcelona.
It looked doomed. It looked over. It looked like Giant X might take one more step. But they are shut down where they stand. And in a 3-0 fashion, KC will find the win.
Taking their time again on the finish. A last desperate hold for GX, but desperation has been the name of the game, and KC have always come out on top. A 3-0, game 3, the closest by far, but not nearly close enough as KC complete the clean sweep and move on to face MKOI tomorrow.
And KC showed their superiority in each and every single game. Busio, for me, the MVP of this series. Just an absolutely phenomenal performance, especially on the Nami. Like, wow, I can't really give him enough credit, I think.
Of course, the players happy to have that win. Hearts out to GX, but you can vote for your Kia player of the series. Yike, Kalist, or Busio, all good options.
see the players leave the stage, but silencing this arena briefly.
Yeah, and I agree with Jack. Busio, I think, had a phenomenal game, but that game 3 for Kana as well, the Kennen keeping them within touching distance for such a big portion of that game. But on the opposite side, heartbreak for Giant X. That looked like they might have been able to do it. And again, Noah and Jun stepping up massively for them. But KC taking the bow, happy to be playing again tomorrow.
Oh, and job's not done, right? This is the struggle of coming in from the loser's bracket. Some teams like to call it a benefit, but you need to have that stamina because you have to keep going. If you want to make it against the finals against G2, you're going to have to play against MKOI, a team that is, I think, head and shoulders above GX, a much harder challenge if you want to earn the right to play in finals.
It's also a momentum builder. I mean, this is a huge confidence boost for, I think, all of KC. They showed now that they can perform on the big stage in front of a crowd, even a crowd that goes against them. And especially Busio, for me, if I'm Kalisz tomorrow, I feel real good about the bot lane matchup, playing alongside this guy.
It's hard to doubt him. I mean, this man was absolutely insane. As was Noah as he takes away the last few steps.
Hearts out to Noah, man.
Yeah.
Like Noah and Jun, they had, I think in the Ash Seraphine and the Philios Thresh, they were doing so much. Especially in that last game. You could see how hard they tried, how hard they worked. But that's sports, you know, that's how it is. Sometimes you do your best and you still don't succeed. And there's always a victor, there's always a loser.
Yeah, but of course GX, they talked about their project, right? Long-term ambitions. They made it to top 4, better than they'd done, right? It was 5th, 5th, 5th all last year. Now making it to top 4. See if this prompts that level up in them to push even further in spring. A chance to reflect, a chance again that KC aren't going to get, that none of our competitors are going to get the top 3 that remain. Have to be ready for whoever shows their face in the finals.
And I think they will be kicking themselves a little bit more because they had the early game so often. They had the tools that they wanted. Their drafts were decent. It was just impatience, the thrill of that moment that kind of got ahead of them. And now they'll have to see if they can go back to the drawing board. But again, you kind of said it. This for them was a win. They got into that top 4. They got to play on a main stage. They got to play in front of a crowd that was screaming for them. But at the end of the day, it was KC who managed to take it.
KC, an incredibly dominant series, 3-0. And I think you've heard enough from us. Let's set it down to the stage to hear from Busio and Shox about that incredible, incredible series.
Yeah, estoy lista aquí con el ganador Busio. Busio, congratulations. Tell me a little bit about that last game because it was, I mean, sometimes you guys were inting a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. It was a fun game.
Yeah, I was for sure inting, but yeah, it's just fun that we were able to come back and problem solve well in the game. So I had confidence the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. How did you feel overall? You're in the Lion's Den, and they were rooting for you to lose, but you still came across it and got this great victory.
Yeah, it feels good. You know, it's first day, so we haven't played in a while. I expect us to play even better tomorrow, so I'm really happy.
Just a question, though. Are you surprised that they're still giving you Bard? That's insanity to me.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they shouldn't.
Shouldn't, indeed. Listen, there was a lot of talk about your drafts. Your coach, Zef, gave an interview about how they weren't optimized and that he wasn't too happy. How did it feel overall today, knowing that it's only going to get harder going forward?
I think as the games go on, we actually are very good at adapting and seeing how to play different comps. So as the games get later in Fearless, I think we're better.
Tell me then about tomorrow. You're playing Movistar Koi here in their own house. Do you have some fighting words for that matchup?
Good luck to them.
Good luck to them and good luck to you. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias a ti.
Good luck to them, indeed. I mean, Kalisz was like, you know what, guys? Keep on booing me. It's just fueling me more. Busio with the trash talk here as well. On and all, a really good performance from KC today.
I mean, on the booing side, last time he said the same and he lost. But I really hope it's different because I was happy with, you know, the KC trio. Yeah. I felt like they were confident. I feel like they didn't really need to show much. They have a little bit of a heart scare in Game 3. Kana had to pull them out of the out of the jaws of defeat. So tomorrow, shaping up nicely.
Any closing thoughts here for you guys?
I mean, I'm quite impressed the fact that they clawed back in that game 3, because that looked really difficult. Like, I know some of our teams, they're really good at getting overexcited sometimes when they're winning a bit too hard.
That's
and
true.
I think KC refocused, stabilized and really concentrated all their efforts in the
I
right
mean, they had
places.
very timid approaches. I mean, I'll say it. I do a podcast with Jack, and on that podcast, I said that KC was going
Self-promo,
to win
okay.
today.
Check it out, guys.
And they're going to win tomorrow, too.
Okay.
I predicted that in advance,
Okay, okay.
and I'm sticking to that right now. I think that KC is coming into this weekend as the stronger team than compared to Koi. I think what I've seen today hasn't really stifled that expectation for me. And so going into tomorrow, I'm putting them as the favorites in that matchup.
What are you basing that on? Like, what do you set as expectations
I think
from?
the degree of consistency that this team delivers, I think every single player, I know exactly what I'm going to get. And I've decided, Yahoo, he's a LAN player. He is a LAN player through and through. His performance today was spectacular. I thought he was super consistent. We got great performances from Yike throughout the series. And so I do think that the inconsistency that you love to fight me on when it comes to Koi is the thing that holds me back from believing that they will win tomorrow.
I never disagreed with the fact that I think MKOI are quite inconsistent. I think MKOI's main issue is that they get overzealous and then they just lose their minds mid-game constantly after playing so well for... Never mind. Okay.
You know what?
Let me
MKOI Merchant. Actually, I want to hear from the team themselves. So 2 of you guys are going to go. Pick Nick 2, c'est toi l'andouille. Very out. Pick Nick 2, c'est toi l'andouille. Fin out. And yeah, sorry. you can work on that MKOI cope if you want, or we'll see about this as we're going to welcome Reaper and Yike, you know them, joining us at the desk here today after today's amazing performance. Guys, great job. Great job.
Thank you.
We were okay. The expectation coming in today was that it was going to be an easy game favoring KC here. So did it feel as easy as it looked, Yike?
Yeah, I mean, I think even if it was a 3-0, I feel like we did some mistakes and they did some good plays still. And I have a lot of respect for GX. I think they did good. Yeah, we did some small mistakes, but overall, yeah, I was confident going into this game and I also thought we would 3-0.
Coach perspective on those mistakes, maybe? What do you think?
Yeah, there's some, like, a lot in Game 3, especially. But also, I'm very proud that we are looking for angle for kill Aphelios. Because only matter at the game was Noah 1v9 or we kill Noah. Like, that was it, right? So we find out the angles to kill Aphelios over there. So it was overall, I'm happy.
When in doubt, Korean Aphelios. That's the way. It was not enough here today, though.
I mean, yeah. When I was always thinking that, you know, you guys were going to lose this game. And then I always remember that enemy team doesn't have exhaust, and I'm like, oh. So no matter how strong that Aphelios was going to get, I always felt like there's an angle for, you know, Korean Cannon, never in doubt, always finds a crazy angle because that's just what they're made for. And yeah, it was a nice performance. A little bit of a jump scare with this one.
Yeah, it was scary this game. This was the closest game, but yeah, I think Kana got a very good engage with Alan on the one of the dragon fights, and we just kind of won the game there. This one was scary as well. Yeah.
So the crazy part was there. So before, because this fight, so the crazy cannon ult, right?
Yeah.
But in this fight, here's how it went. Aphelios is 3k gold up on Kalist.
Yeah.
The fight ends. Kalist is up 1k gold.
Yeah, he said
and then all of a sudden, after Basic comes up with a full infinity edge, and you guys are just winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, we knew the game was over there. We knew Kalist was just back in the game. He was so OP, and then, yeah, we just win.
You said that there were some oopsies here in Game 3. Do you feel like the draft was hard to execute, maybe?
Yeah, it was a bit of a hard because we won to Zara Khan, right? And obviously, it is good into the Vi. Obviously, Vi didn't find the angle for the Zaya, but matchup itself, Aphelios Thresh have a better matchup, and then they lead pushing that matchup leading. So yeah, game was a bit hard, but in the end, it is what it is because we have a Cannon, we have a Ari, we have a Nafiri, like lots of playmaking, and then they have a lot of defensive tools. So in the end, kill Noah or not?
Okay, Yike. Because you have the golden opportunity because your coach is on the desk, and he said that he loved the draft. But this is your one time where you can say honestly, did you like the draft?
I mean, I wanted a Nafiri, so I liked the draft, of course. I wanted my color for Nafiri. I want to play Nafiri. I didn't play it yet, so I'm happy I could do it.
So you got the Nafiri, so you're happy because because I think Zeph was saying before the game, right? One of the interviews where it's like
with Sheepy Sports.
Yeah, with Sheepy Sports that you guys were trying to make everyone happy. And someone has to be sacrificed. So was it this game that you were happy because you got the Nafiri?
Yeah, probably. I think probably like this was probably not the from the 3 drafts. It was probably like the not worst, but like the easiest for them to win. And yeah, maybe it's because Nafiri maybe had another champ I could pick that could make it easier. But I'm saving that, I'm saving that pick.
Okay.
You guys all popped off today, but there's one player that we've been highlighting a bit more than the rest is Busio. Bard in game 1, the Nami bubbles in game 2. Coach, what's your opinion on your support today and how he played?
Alan was obviously his big game hunter, you know? He don't miss the finals. He wanna go willing to win every single game. And right now, he performing really well. Rakan game, it was a bit oopsie, but still he was doing very good job, you know?
Happens, yeah. Was it the Bard game or the Nami game maybe that was the best? Or the most impactful?
I think both games. He was like the bubbles on the Nami game. He kind of like, and like I was so strong with Mundo. When he gave me the Nami E, I was just killing everyone with Mundo and it was so easy to play. So, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Nami game, he was the best.
Kia player of the series, well deserved here for Busio. What do you think of his development as a player in Europe? Because, well, you also come from NA, moved to Europe here this year. So yeah, tell me about how he's integrating with Europe and the rest of the team.
Well, I mean, in Europe, I'm not sure it's specifically in Europe, but in our team environment, he was working a lot with the colleagues, like every single day, every single hour he working with the colleagues, and also Yike as well. So he's the developing understanding about the band matchups and then the support jungler synergy over there has been great, you know? He's been different person than the start from here.
Yeah, how do you reflect on that, Yike, as someone who was with KC last year, lived the change of support from Targamas to Busio? How do you think your support has developed over the past 7 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think Alan has been so good so far. In the beginning, of course, it takes some time to get used to each other, but I think we did it kind of fast. And like so far, like this match, for example, his comms were very good. He was like speaking all the time, like knowing exactly what to do, where to be, this kind of things, like calling about objectives and all. His comms were just insane, and his gameplay also like very insane. So I'm very grateful to have Busio as my support.
Tomorrow, MKOI in their home, in the Lion's Den. Something that we've been talking a bit about a lot, especially for you guys coming in this weekend, is being a French team, especially being KC, you don't have a lot of friends here. Yeah, so how does it feel going into this matchup with the momentum that you got today, but especially going up against MKOI?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so hyped to play against KOI, because today, for example, they booed us with their GX, but it's also a Spanish team, right? So it makes sense, everything. And but yeah, KOI is going to be probably bigger. They're hosting this whole event. It's going to be so many KOI fans. So for me, I'm just hyped. I think it's going to be so fun, the match.
What are we looking at, matchup-wise?
Matchup-wise, I mean, it is the tale as old as time, Ike versus Elioya, because honestly, even though it's like, yeah, he's on the desk, so I have to say it, but at the same time, it is true, because that's where the engines are for both of these teams. Yike, I think you had an amazing development, right, with all the changes that's been happening. You've been growing in your role, and at the same time, on the other side, it's Elioya, right? If there's a time in MKOI where everything is going bad, he's the one who's going to bring them out. So that's why I think that's what I'm looking at tomorrow. So no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure, but still. Last question for you, because you have a long weekend ahead. Of course, a lot of prep to do. But Reaper, I think it was MKOI, or G2 rather, in the trailer, they were saying KC is the strongest team coming here right now in the tournament, in this finals weekend. How strong do you guys feel right now?
Well, honestly, I'm not thinking of those kind of things at all, because we are here for the challenging for the championship, right? And also there is lots of the MKOI fans over there. Will be tomorrow, so we have to challenging lots of things, and then it is a bit cold over there. Yeah. So lots of things are probably not going our way, but we are ready to challenging everything.
Can you give me some insights? What would you tell your player ahead of tomorrow's game? What is the coach advice?
Sleep well.
Yes, we will do that.
Yeah, not too many solo queues. Sleep well, come in prep. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you. Best of luck tomorrow against MKOI, although you did an okay job.
Thanks.
We'll see you tomorrow as well. That's all for us here, guys. On this side of the desk, we're going to be back tomorrow in Badalona for MKOI versus KC. An insane matchup. They haven't faced off each other since the first week of LEC versus completely different teams that we're looking at right now for this game. And if you want to see more League of Legends, LCS is on later tonight. 10 p.m. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Lion, so you don't want to miss it.
Yoloto, did I good pause? My timing was good?
No. But the double stun is there for Busio. All the damage currently focused onto Isma as Lot will finally fall. Noah outside of the ulti, but in the extended fight, they're too slow. Noah debating. Can he flash? The answer, hell yeah! Double kill!
I'm jumping. Okay. No, come back.
I wanna go.
Seraphine, no flash. Wait. Ah! Beta! Yeah! Beta! Oh! What the f***?
I want this kill.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Get the root, good damage from Noah, but the Q goes wide, and that's devastating. Barrier comes out now.
Oh
my
bubble from Busio, managing to live. I mean, Betty said it best. He's busting, yo.
Maybe not the ideal target, but it seems like they have enough damage to finish. Jackie's trying to fire back, and June's ready to turn it. Is Moretti, and they just line up for the kills.
나이샤! 나이샤! 야, 펜타! 아, 펜타! Hey, come on, 문도! 펜타!
What do you want?
아, 펜타 하라고! 야! Oh! Can you see? Look at Kennen! He's in the back! Look at Kennen! I'm coming, okay? I'm coming. No Kennen. No Kennen. I'm fine. Lock and door. Nice. Can go now? Yeah. It's good. Karma, yeah. Nice. What's up, guys?
They look at me.
No.
I think I'm fine. No flash by.
Place low, don't go deep. Can't bust. Yeah, I got you, Killis. Okay, Kara no flash, Panama no flash. Feel is dead. Kara no flash. Go attack. Nice!
Nice.
Good job. Nice! Well played.
Kill of 2025!
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, another.
Crowd's already been a trash slide. Their rapid, crazy mind.